however, laid down the axiom, the most virtuous man is the happiest. They could not trust their ears, they thought they had heard a madman speaking. For, as a picture of the happiest man, Evely nobleman had in his mind the cheeky audacity and devilry of the tyrant who sacrifices everything and everyone to his own and pleasure. Among people whose imagination secretly raved about such happiness, the worship of the state could not, of course, have been too deeply implanted, but one think that men whose desire for does not rage so blindly as that of the Grack nobleman no longer stand in need of such idolo of the state, by means of Wicklow in past ages, such a passion was kept within due 200. In the unce of is one great advantage in noble extraction, it makes us endure 201. The fouwre of the bearing of the aristocratic classes shows that, in all the members of their body the consciousness of power is continually playing its fascinating garn. Thus people of aristocratic habits, men or women, never sink worn out into a chair, when everyone else makes himself comfortable, as in a train, for example. They avoid reclining at their ease, they do not appear to get tired after standing at cold for hours at a stretch, they do not filmaish their houses in a comfortable manner, but in such a way as to produce the impression of something grand and imposing, as if they had to sema as a residence for greater and taller beings. They reply to a provoking speech with dignity and clearness of mind, and not as if scandalous, shammed, or out of breath in the plebeian fashion, as the aristocrat is able to preserve the appearance of being possessed of a superior physical force which never leaves him. He likewise wishes by his aspect of constant serenity and civility of dispositico even in the most trying circumstances, to convey the impression that his mind and soul are equal to all dangers and surprises. A noble culture may resemble, so far as passions are concerned, either a horseman takes pleasure in making his proud and fiery animal trot in the Spanish have only to recollect the age of Louis, like the rider feels his horse dart away aidle him like the elemental forces, to such a degree that both horse and rider come near losing their heads, but, owing to the enjoyment of delight, do keep very clear heads. In both these cases this aristocratic culture breathes power, and if very often in its customs only the appearance of the feeling of power is required, nevertheless the real sense of superiority continues constantly to increase as the result of the impression which this display makes upon those who are not aristocrats. This indisputable happiness of aristocratic culture, based as it is on the feeling of superiority, is now beginning to rise to ever higher levels, for now, thanks to the free spirits, it is henceforth permissible and not dishonorable for people who have born and reared in aristocratic circles to enter the domain of knowledge, where they may secure more intellectual consecrations and learn chivalric services even higher than those of former times, and where they may look up to that ideal of victorious wisdom which as yet no age has been able to set before itself with so good a conscience as the Parak KL, which is to done. Lastly, what is to be the occupation of the nobility in the future if it becomes more evident from day to day that it is less and less incomes to take any part in politics? 202. The care of the have scarcely begun to devote any attention to the physiology of criminals, and yet we have already reached the inevitable conclusion that criminals and madmen there is no really essential difference, if we suppose that the current moral fashion of thinking is a healthy of thinking. No belief, however, is nowadays more firmly in than this one, so we should not therefore shrink from drawing the ine/idable conclusion and treating the criminal like a lunatic all, not with haughty pitlawlness, but able medical skill and God v.ill_ he may perhaps be in need of a change of air, a change of society, or temporary absence, perhaps of solitude and new occupations. Very well. He may perhaps feel that it would be to his advantage to live under surveillance for a short time in order thus to obtain protection from himself and from a troublesome tyrannical impulse. Very well. We should make clear to him the possibility and the means of curing him, the extermination, transformation, and sublimation of these impulses, and also, in the UMST cases, the improbability of a cure, and should offer to the incurable criminal, who has become a useless burden to himself, the opportunity of committing suicide. While holding this in reserve as an extreme measure of relief, we should neglect nothing which tend all to restore to the criminal his good courage and freedom of spirit, should free his soul from all remorse, as if it were something, and show him how he may atone for a tongue which he may have done someone by benefiting someone else, perhaps the community at large, in such way that he might even do more than balance his previous offense. All this must be done with the greatest tact. The criminal must, above all, remain anonymous or adopt an assumed name, changing his place of residence frequently, so that his reputation and ulterior life may suffer as little as possible. At the present time it is true that the man who has been injured, apart altogether from the manner in which this injury might be redressed, wishes for revenge in addition, and applies to the courts that he may obtain it, and this is why our penal laws are still in force, justice, as it were, holding up a pair of shopkeeper's scales and endeavoring to balance the guilt by punishment. But can we not take a step beyond this? Would it not a great relief to the general sentiment of life if, while getting rid of our belief in guilt, we could also get rid of our old craving for vengeance, and gradually come to believe that it is a refined wisdom for happy men to bless their enemies and to do good to those who have offended them, exactly in accordance with the spirit of Christian teaching? Let us free the world from this idea of sin, and take care to cast out with it the idea of punishment. May these monstrous ideas henceforth are banished from the abodes of men, if, indeed, they must at all, and do not perish from disgust with themselves. Let us not forget also, however, that the injury caused to society and to the individual by the criminal is of the sanal species as that caused by the sick, for the sick spread cares and ill humor, they are non-productive, consume the earnings of others, and at the same time require attendants, doctors, and sup, and they really live on the time and strength of the healthy. In spite of this, we should designate as inhuman anyone for this reason, cold wish to wreak vengeance on the sick in past ages, and this was actually done, in primitive conditions of society, and even now among sultan savage peoples. The sick man is treated as a criminal and as a danger to the community, and it is that he is the resting place of inane demoni beings who have entered into his body as the result of some offense he has committed. Those ages and peoples hold that the sick are the guilty. And what of ourselves? Are we not yet ripe for the contrary conception? Shall we not be allowed to say, the guilty are the sick? No, the hour for that has not yet come. We still lack all those physicians who have learned something from what we have hitherto called practical morals and transformed it into the art and science of healing. We still lack that intense interest in those things which some day perhaps may seem not unlike the storm and stress of whose old religious estacies. The churches are not yet come into the possession of those who after our health, the study of body and of dietary are not yet amongst the obligatory subjects taught in our primary and secondary schools. There are as yet no quiet associations of those people who are pledged to one another to do without the help of law courts, and renounce the punishment and vengeance now meted out to those who are offended against society. No thinker has as yet been daring enough to determine the health of society, and of the individuals composite, by the number of parasites which it can support, and no statesman has yet been found to use the plowshare in the spirit of that generous and tender saying, "If thou wilt till the land, till it with the plow, then the bird and the wolf, walking behind thy plow, will rejoice in thee. All creatures will rejoice in thee." 203. Again, just bad upon the meals which people nowadays eat in hotels and everywhere else here the utterlof classes of society live. Even when eminent men of science meet together, their tables groan under the weight of the dishes, in accordance with the principle of the bankers, the principle many dishes and too much to eat. The result of these is that dinners are prepared to their mere appearance rather than the consequences that may follow from eating them, and that stimulating drinks are required to help in driving away the heaviness in the stomach and in the brain. Fie on the dissoluteness and extreme nervousness which must follow upon all this. Fie the dreams that such repasts bring. Fie upon the ans and books which must be the descent of such meals. Despite all the fie of such people, their acts will taste of pepper and ill temper, or general weariness. The wealthy classes in England stand in great need of their Christianity in order to be able to endure their bad digestions and their headaches. Finally, To mention not only the disgusting but also the more pleasant side of the matter, these people are by no means mere gluttons. Our century and its spirit of activity has more power over the limbs than the belly. What then is the meaning of these banquets? They represent. What in heaven's name do they represent? Money. There is no rank now. We are all individuals. But money now stands for power, glory, preeminence, dignity, and influence. Money at the present time acts as a greater or lesser moral prejudice for a man in proportion to the amount he may possess. Nobody wishes to hide it under a bushel or display it in heaps on a table, hence money must have some representative which can be put on the table. So behold our banquets. 204 Deign the God of arises this excessive impatience in our day which turns men into criminals even in circumstances which would be more likely to bring about the contrary tendency. What induces one man to use false weights, another to set his house on fire after having insured it for more than its value, a third to take part in counterfeiting, while three-fourths of our upper classes indulge in legalist fraud, and suffer from the pangs of conscience that follow speculation and dealings on the stock exchange? What gives rise to all this? It is not real want, for their existence is by no means precarious. Perhaps they have even enough to eat and drink without. They are urged on day and night by a terrible impatience at seeing their pile up so slowly, and by an equally terrible longing and love for these heaps of gold. In this impatience and love, however, we reappear once more that fanaticism of the desire for power which was stimulated in former times by the we were in the possession of, a fanaticism which bore such beautiful names that could dare to be myth a good conscience, burning Jeff.s, heretics and God books, and exterminating entire cultures superior to ours, such as those of Pem and Mexico. The means of this desire for power are changed in our day, but the same volcano is still smoldering. Impatience and intemperate love call for their victims, and what was once done for the of GCD is now done for the love of money, i.e. for the love of that which at present affords us the highest feeling of power and a GWD conscience. 205 The people of the spectacles which the next century will invite us to witness is the decision regarding the fate of the European Jews. It is quite obvious now that they have cast their die and crossed their Rubicon. The only thing that remains for them is either to be masters of Europe or to lose Europe, as they once centuries ago lost Egypt, where they were confronted with similar alternatives. In Eurolar, however, they have gone through a schooling of 18 centuries such as no other nation has ever undergone, and the experiences of this dreadful time of probation have benefited not only the Jewish communio but, even to a greater extent, as a consequence of these, the resourcefulness of the modem Jews, both in mind and soul, is extraordinary. Amongst all the inhabitants of Europe it is the Jews least of all who try to escape from any deep distress by razors to drink or to suicide, as other less gifted people are so prone to do. Every Jew can find in the history of his own family and of his ancestors a long record of instances of the greatest coolness and perseverance amid difficulties and dreadful situations, and are tall one cunning in fighting with misfortune and hazard. And above all it is their bravery under the cloak of submission, their heroic spurnie that surpasses the veneers of all the saints' people miss here to make them contemptible by treating them contemptibly for nearly 25 centuries, and realzing them access to all honorable positions and dignities, and by pushing them further down into the meaner trades, and under this process indeed they have not become any cleaner, but contemptible. They have never ceased for a moment from believing themselves qualified for the very highest unctions, nor have the virtues of the suffering heir ceased to item them. Their manner of honoring their parents and children, the rationality of their marriages and marriage customs, distinguishes them amongst all Europeans. Besides this, they have been able to create for themselves a sense of power and eternal vengeance from the very trades that were left to them, or to which they hire abandoned. Even in palliation of their usury we cannot help saying that, without this pleasant and torture inflicted on their scorners, they would have experienced difficulty in preserving their self-respect for so long. For our self-respect depends upon our ability to make reprisals in both an evil nevertheless, their revenge never urges them on too far, for they all have that liberty of mental and even of soul, produced in men by frequent changes of place, climate, and customs of neighbors and oppressors, they possess by far the greatest experience in all human intercourse, and even in their passions they exercise the caution which this experience has developed in them. They are so certain of their intellectual versatility and shrewdness that they never, even when reduced to the direst straits, have to earn their bread by manual as common workmen, porters, or farm hands. In their manners we can still see that they are never inspired by chivalric and noble feelings, or that their bodies have ever been girt with fine weapons. A sultane obtrusiveness alternates with a submissiveness which is often tender and almost always painful. Now, however, that they unavoidably intermarry more and more year after year with the noblest of Europe, they have a considerable heritage of good intellectual and physical manners, so that in another 100 years they will have a sufficiently noble aspect not to render themselves, as masters, ridiculous to those whom they will hail subdued, and this is important. And therefore a settlement of the question is still premature. They themselves know very well that the conquest of Europe or any act of is not to be thought of, but they also know that some day or other Europe may, like a ripe fruit, fall into their hands, if they do not clutch at it too eagerly. In the meantime, it is necessary for them to distinguish themselves in all departments of European distinction and to stand in the front rank, until they shall have advanced so far as to determine themselves what distinction shall mean. Then they called the pioneers and guides of the Europeans, whose modesty they no longer offend. And then where shall an outlet be found for this abundant wealth of great impressions accumulate during such an extended period, and representing Jeff.ish history for every Jeff.ish family, this wealth of passions, venues, resolutions, resignations, struggles, and conquests of all kinds? Where can it find an outlet but in great intellectual men and qrks? On the day when the Jews will be able to exhibit to us as their own work such jewels and golden vessels as no European its shorter and less profound experience can or could produce, when Israel shall have changed its eternal vengeance into an eternal for Euro, then that seventh day will once more appear, when old Jehovah may rejoice in himself, in his creatico, in his chosen people, and all of us, will rejoice with him. 206 The Lwos 1 Bleacherus, and independence. It is possible to find these three qualities combined in one individual: poverty, churalness, and slavery. This is ilcayus a possible combination, and I can say nothing to the workmen who serve as fact 01 slaves, presuming that it does not appear to them altogether to a shameful thing to utilized as they are, as the screws of a machine and the stopgaps, as it were, of the human spirit of invention, on the thought that merely by means of higher wages the essential part of their misery, their impersonal enslavement, might be removed. That we should allow ours a haste to be convinced that, by an increase of this impersonality within the mechanical working of a new society, the disgrace of slavery could be changed into a virtue. That there should be a regular price at which a command should cease to be a personality and become a screw instead. Are you accomplices in the present madness of nations who desire above all to produce as much as possible, and to be as rich as possible? Would it not be your duty to present a counterclaim to them, and to show them what large sums of internal value are wasted in the pursuit of such an external object? But here is your internal value when you no longer know what it is to breathe freely, when you have scarcely any command over your own seas, and feel disgusted with yourselves as with some stale, when you zealously study the newspapers and icoke enviously at your wealthy neighbor, made covetous by the rapid rise and fall of power, money, and opinions, when you no longer belie in a philosophy in rags, or in the freedom of spirit of a man who has few nds, when a voluntary and idyllic poverty without profession or marriage, such as should suit the more intellectual ones among you, has become for you an object of derision? On the other hand, the piping of the socialistic rat-catchers who wish to inspire you with foolish hopes is continually sounding in your ears. They tell you to be ready and nothing ready from this day to the next, so that you wait and wait for something to come from outside, though living in all other respects as you lived before, until this waiting is at length changed into hunger and thirst and fever and madness, and the clay of the bestia triumphans at last dawns in all its glow. One of you should on the contrary say to himself, it would be better to emigrate and endeavor to become a master in new and savage countries, and especially to master over myself, changing my place of abode whenever the least sign of slavery threatens me, endeavoring to avoid neither adventure nor war, and, if things come to the worst, holding myself ready to die, anything rather than continuing in the state of disgraceful thraldom, this bitterness, malice, and rebelliousness. This would the proper spirit. The workmen in Europe ought to make it clear that their position as a class has become a human impossibility, and not merely, as they at present maintain, the result of some hard and aimless arrangement of society. They should bring about an age of great swarming forth from the European beehive such as has never yet been seen, protesting by this voluntary and huge migration against machines and capital and the alternatives that now threaten them, either of becoming slaves of the state or slaves of some revolutionary party. May be free from 1/4 of her inhabitants. Both she and they will experience a sensation of relief. It is only far in the distance, in the undertaking of vast colonizations, that shall be able to observe how much rationality, fairness, and healthy suspicion Mother Europe has incorporated in her sons, these sons who could no longer endure life in the home of dull old always knowing the danger of becoming as bad-tempered, irritable, and pleasure-seeking as she herself. The European virtues will travel along with these workmen far beyond the of Europe, and those very qualities which on their native soil had begun to degenerate into a dangerous discontent and criminal inclinations will, when abroad, be transformed into a beautiful, savage naturalness, and will be called heroism, so that at last a purer air would again be waned over this old, overpopulated, and brooding Europe of ours. Unlet it matter if there was a scarcity of hands. Perhaps people would then recollect that they had accustomed themselves to many wants merely because it was easy to gratify them. It would be sufficient to unlearn some of these wants. Perhaps also men be called in, and these would bring with them their modes of living and thinking, which would be found very suitable for industrious ants. They would also perhaps help to imbue this fretful and restless Uroler with some of their Asiatic calmness and what is perhaps most needful _all of all their Asiatic stability _207. The attitude of the German to German is capable of great things, but he is unlikely to accomplish them, for he obeys whenever he can, as suits a naturally lazy intellect. If he is ever in the dangerous situation of having to stand alone and cast aside his sloth, when he finds it no longer possible to disappear like a cipher in a number, in which respect he is far inferior to a Frenchman or an Englishman, he shows his strength, then he becomes dangerous, evil, deep, and audacious, and exhibits to the light of day that of latent energy he had previously carried hidden in himself, and in no one, not Elon himself, had ever lived _ when in such a case a German obeys himself. It is very exceptional for him to do so. He dce so with the same heaviness, inflexibility, and endurance which he obeys his prince and performs his official duties, so that, as I have said, he is then capable of great things which no relation to the weak disposition he attributes to himself. As a rule, however, he is afraid of depending upon himself alone. He is afraid of taking the initiative. That is why Germany uses up so many officials and so much light-heartedness is a stranger to the German. He is timid for it, but in entirely new situations which rouse him from his torpor he exhibits an almost frivolous spirit. He then delights in the novelty of his new position as if it were some intoxicating drink, and he is, as we know, quite a connoisseur in intoxication. It thus happens that the German of the present day is almost always frivolous in politics, though even here he has the advantage and prejudice of thoroughness and seriousness, and although he may take full advantage of these qualities in negotiations with other political he and rejoices inwardly at being able for once in his life to feel enthusiastic and capricious, to show his fondness for innovations, and to change persons, pains, and hopes as if they mere masks. Those learned German scholars, hitherto have been considered as the most German of Germans, were and perhaps still are as good as the German soldiers on account of their profound and almost childish inclination to obey in all external things, and on account of being often compelled to stand alone in science and to answer for many things, if they can only preserve their proud, simple, and patient disposition, and their freedom from political madness at those times when the Yuan changes, we may yet expect great things from them, such as they are, or such as they are the embryonic stage of something higher. So far the advantages and disadvantages of the Germans, including even their learned men, have that they are more given to superstition and shout greater eagerness to believe than any of the other nations. Their vices are, and always have been, their drunkenness and suicidal inclination, the latter of the clumsiness of their which is easily tempted to throw away the reins. Their danger is to be sought in everything that binds down the faculties of reason and unchanged ends the passions, as, for example, the excessive use of music and spirits, for the German passion acts contrarily to its own advantage, and is as self-destructive as the passions of the drunkard. Indeed, German enthusiasm is worth less than that of other nations, for it is barren. Ilman a German ere did anything great, it was done at a time of danger, or when his courage was high, Adel his teeth firmly set and his prudence on the allen and one and enough in a fit of generosity intercourseth these Germans is indeed _isable, for almost every one of them has something to give, if we can only understand how to make him find it, or rather recover it, for he is very untidy in storing away his knowledge. Well, when of this type occupy themselves with morals, what precisely be the morality that will satisfy them? In the first place, they will wish to see idealized in their morals their sincere instinct, for man must have something which he can implicitly is a German sentiment, a German deduction, it is the basis of all German moral teaching. How different is the impression, however, when we compare this with the entire morality of the ancient UMLD. All those great thinkers, however varied they may appear to us, seem to resemble, as moralists, the gymnastic teacher who encourages his pupils by saying, "Come, follow me. Submit to my discipline. Then perhaps you may carry off the prize from all the other Greeks." Personal distinction, such was the virtue of antiquity. Submission, obedience, whether public or private, such is German long before Kant set forth his of the categorical imperative. Luther, actuated by the same impulse, said that there surely must be a being in whom man could trust implicitly. It was his f of the existence of GCXL, it was his wish, coarser and more popular than that of Kant, that people should implicitly obey a person and not an idea, and Kant also finally tmk his route through morals merely that he might soar obedience for the person. This is indeed the worship of the German, the more so as there is now less worship left in his religion. The Greeks and Romans had other opinions on these matters, and would have laughed at such. There must be a being, it is part of the boldness of their southern nature to take up a stand against implicit belief, and to retain in their inmost heart a trace of scepticism against all and every one, whether gol man, or idea. The thinker of antiquity went even alther, and said nil adventrari, in this phrase he saw reflected all philosophy. A German, Schopenhauer, goes so far in the contrary direction as to say, admirari td est philosopheri _but mladiv, as happens now, and the German should attain to that state of mind which would enable him to perform great things. If the hour of exception comes, the hour of disobedience. I do not think Schopenhauer is right in saying that the single advantage the Germans have over other nations is that there are more atheists among them than elsewhere, but I do know this. Whenever the German reaches the state in which he is capable of great things, he invariably raises himself above morals. And why should he not? Now he has something new to do, to command either himself or others. But this German morality of his has not taught him how to command. Commanding has been forgotten in it. 208 A question of T. Summa, tell me what this new thing is that you want. We no longer wish causes to be sinners and to executioners _209. The utility of the strictest are indulgent towards a man's moral weaknesses, and in this connection they use a coarse sieve, provided that he always professes to hold the most strict moral. On the other hand, the lives of thinking moralists have always been examined closely through a microscope, in the tacit belief that an error in their lives would be the argument against their disagreeable knowledge. 6210. The thing in Yusad to ask formerly, what is the ridiculous, as if there were something above and beyond ourselves that possessed the quality of provoking laughter, and we exhausted ourselves in trying to guess who hate it was. A theologian even held that it might be the naivete of sin. At the present time we ask, unlat is laughter? How does it arise? We have considered the point, and finally reached the conclusion that there is nothing which is good, beautiful one, sublime, or evil in itself, but rather that there are conditions of soul which lead us to attribute such qualities to things outside ourselves and in us. We have taken back their predicates from things, or we have at all events recollected that we have merely lent the things these predicates. Let us be careful that this insight does not cause us to lose the faculty of lending, and that we do not become at the same time wealthier and more avaricious. 211 To those who f.elui of you desire the everlasting perpetuity of this beautiful consciousness of yourselves? Is it not shameful? Do you forget all those other things which would in their turn hard to support you for all eternity, just as they have bomed you up to the present idle more than Christian patience? Or do you think that you can inspire them with an eternally pleasant feeling towards yourself? A single immortal man on earth imbue everyone around him with such a disgust for him that a general epidemic of murder and suicide will be brought about. And yet, ye dwellers in earth, with your narrow conceptions of a few thousand little minutes of time, ye would wish to be an everlasting burden on this everlasting universal existence. Could anything be more impertinent? After all, however, let us be indulgent towards a being of 70 years, he has not been able to exercise his imagination in conceiving his own eternal tediousness, he had not time enough for that. 212 Wherein know ourselves as one animal ses another it mentally compares itself with it, and men of uncivilized ages did the same. The consequence is that almost all men come to know themselves only as regards their defensive and offensive faculties. 213 Nien whose lives ben men are built of such stuff that society is at liberty to do what it likes with them, they will do well in any case, and will not have to complain of having failed in life. Other men are of such peculiar material it need not be a particularly noble one, but simply rarer that they are sure to fare ill except in one single instance, and they can live according to their own designs. In all other cases the injury has to be by society. For everything that seems to the individual to be a waste or blighted life, his entire burden of discouragement, powerlessness, irritation, covetousness, is attributed by him to society, and thus a heavy, vitiated atmosphere is gradually formed around society, or, in the most favorable cases, a thundercloud. 214. What suffer, and call upon us to be indulgent towards you, even mean in your suffering you are unjust towards things and men. But mlat does our indulgence matter? You, however, should take greater precautions for your own sake. That's a nice way of compensating yourself for your sufferings, by imposing still suffering on your own judgment. Your own revenge recoils yourselves when you start reviling something, you dim your own eyes in this way, and not the eyes of others, you accuse yourself to looking at things in the wrong way, and with a squint. 215. The moon of sacrifice, self-immolation, these are the catchwords of your morality, and one willingly believe that you, as you say, mean it honestly, but one know you better than you know yourselves, if your honesty is capable of going arm in arm with such immorality. You down from the heights of this morality upon that other sober morality which calls for self-control, severity, and obedience, you go so far as to call it egoistic, and you are indeed frank towards yourselves in saying that it displeases you, it must displease you. For, in sacrificing and immolating yourselves with such enthusiasm, you delight in the intoxication of the thought that you are now one with the power all being, God, or man, to whom you are consecrating yourselves, you revel in the feeling of his which is again attested by the sacrifice. In reality, however, you only appear to sacrifice yourselves, for your imagination turns you into gods and you enjoy yourselves as such. Judged from the view of this enjoyment, how and feeble must that other egoistic morality of obedience, duty, and reason seem to you. It is displeasing to you because in this instance self-sacrifice and self-surrender are called for, without the victim thinking himself to be transformed into a god, as you do. In a you want intoxication and excess, and this morality which you despise takes up a stand against intoxication and excess. No wonder it causes you some displeasure. 216 Of people music should the hill bliss of love, which consists in unlimited confidence, ere hail fallen to the lot of persons other than those are profoundly suspicious, evil, and bitter. For such people enjoy in this bliss the gigantic, unlooked for, and incredible erspion of their souls. One day they are seized with that infinite, dreamy sensation which is entirely opposed to the remainder of their private and public life, like a delicious enigma, frill of golden splendor, and to be described by mere UMDs or similes. Implicit confidence makes them speechless. There is even a species of suffering and heaviness in this blissful silence, and this is why souls that are overcome with happiness generally feel more grateful to music than others and better ones do, for they see and hear through music, as through a colored mist, their love becoming, as it were, more distant, more touching, and less heavy. Music is the only means that such people have of observing their extraordinary condition and of becoming aware of its presence. With a feeling of estrangement and relief when the sound of music reaches the ears of every lover, he thinks, it speaks of me, it speaks in my stead, it knows everything. 217. The Germans wish to transport by the artist into a state of dreamy passion. By his aid the Italians wish to wrest from their real passions. The French wish him to give them an opportunity of showing their judgment and of making speeches. So let us be just. 218. To deal like artist ones we must positively have weaknesses and come in the end to look upon them as laves beyond ourselves. I wish that everybody may be possessed of as much anistic capacity as will enable him to set off his virtues by means of his weaknesses, and to make us, through his weaknesses, desirous of acquiring his virtues, a power great musicians have possessed in quite an exceptional degree. How frequently do we notice in Beethoven's music a coarse, dogmatic, and impatient tone, in Mozart, the joviality of an honest man, whose heart and mind have not or much to give us, in Richard Wagner, an abrupt and aggressive restlessness, in the midst of Fouche, just as the most patient listener is on the point of losing his temper, the composer regains his powers, and likewise the others. Through their very weaknesses, these musicians have created in us an ardent desire for their virtues, and har given us a palate which is 10 times more sensitive to every note of this tunify_al intellect, tonal beauty, and tonal goodness. 219. Deceit your fin one ishness. You have done a great wrong to your neighbor and destroyed his happiness irretrievably, and having overcome your vanity, you humble yourself before him, surrender your foolishness to his contempt, and fancy that, after this difficult scene, which is an exceedingly painful one for you, everything has set right, that your own voluntary loss of honor compensates your neighbor for the injury you done to his happiness. With this feeling you take your leave, comfort, believing that your virtue has re-established. Your neighbor, however, suffers as intensely as before. He finds nothing to comfort him in the fact that you have been irrational and have told him so. On the contrary, the painful appearance you presented to him when you were disparaging yourself in his presence, it is as if another wound had inflicted on him. He not think of revenging himself, however, and cannot conceive how a proper balance can be stmck between you and him. In point of fact, you have been acting that scene for yourself, and yourself you invited a witness to be present, not on his account, but on your own. Don't deceive yourself. 220. Official robes and court dresses, grave countenances, solemn aspects, the slow pace, involved speech, everything, in Shan Novm as dignity, are all pretenses adopted by those who are timid at heart. They wish to make themselves feared, themselves or the things they represent. The fearless, originally those who naturally inspire others with awe, have no need of dignity and ceremonies. They bring into repute, or, still more, into ill repute and straightforward words and bearing, as characteristics of their self-confident oefi_almus_221. The nullity of morality which is measured by the spirit of sacrifice is that of a semi-civilist state of society. Reason in this instance gains a hard-fought and bloody victory within the soul, for there are powerful contrary instincts to be overcome. This cannot be brought about without the cruelty which the sacrifices to cannibal Gockles demand. 222. Where fanaticism is to be can rendered enthusiastic only by being fanaticized. 223. The dreaded is dreaded more by artists, poets, and new writers than the eye which sees through their little deceptions and subsequently notices how often they have stopped at the boundary where the paths branch off either to delight in themselves or to the straining after effect, the eye which checks them when they try to sell little things dear, or mean they tly to exalt and at them without being exalt themselves, the eye which, despite all the antitheses of therein, sees the thought as it first presented itself to them, perhaps as a charming vision of light, perhaps also, however, as a theft from the whole world, or as an everyday conception which they had to expand, contract, color, wrap up, and spice, in order to make something out of it, instead of the thought making something out of this eye, which sees in your all your restlessness, inquisitiveness, and covetousness, your imitation and exaggeration, which isonly envious imitation, which nues both your blush of shame and your skill in concealing it from others and interpreting it to yourselves. 224. The edifying element in our neighbors is in distress, and straightway the compassionate ones come to him and depict his misfortune to him. At last they go away again, satisfied and elevated, after having gloated over the unhappy man's misfortune and spent a pleasant Sunday. 225. To be quickly despised, a man who speaks a great deal, and speaks quickly, sinks exceedingly low in our estimation, even mean he speaks rationally not only to the extent that he annoys us personally, but far lower, for we conjecture how great a burden he has already proved to many other people, and thus add to the discomfort he causes us all the contempt which we presume he has caused to others. 226. Rulktions v.tth. But why do you shun this great man? I should not like to misunderstand him. Our defects are incompatible with one another. I am short-sighted and suspicious, and he wears his HL's diamonds as willingly as his real ones. 227. The of all those intellects who are bound in chains. Clever women, for example, have been banished by fate to narrow and dull surroundings. Amid they grow old. True, there they lie in the sun, apparently lazy and half-blind, but at every unknown step, at everything unexpected, they start up to bite, they revenge themselves on everything that has escaped. Their kennel. 228. Revenge impulse. Here we have a Titan page which is coverall with praise, and you call it flat, but when you find out that revenge is concealed in this praise you will find it almost too subtle, and you will experience a great deal of pleasure in its numerous delicate and bold strokes and similes. It is not the man himself, but his revenge, is so subtle, rich, and ingenious, he himself is scarcely aware of it. 229. Pride. Not one of you knows the feeling of the told-yeared man on he has been put to the torture, when he is being carried back to his cell, and is with him, he still holds it in a stubborn and tenacious grip. What know ye of the exaltation of human pride? 230. The present time men's sentiments on moral things men in such labyrinthic paths that, while we demonstrate morality to one man by of its utility, we it to another on account of this utility. 231. On Gerald and virtue, how degenerate in its taste, how servile to dignities, ranks, uniforms, pomp, and splendor must a nation have been it began to consider the simple as the bad, the simple man, schlicht, as the bad man, schlecht. We should always oppose the moral bumptiousness of the Germans with this one little word tad, and nothing else. 232. From a friend, you have talked yourself hoarse. B then I am, so let's drop the subject. 233. The conscientious. You notice the kind of men who attach the greatest value to the most scrupulous conscientiousness. Those who are conscious of many mean and petty sentiments, who are anxiously thinking of and about themselves, are afraid of others, and are desirous of concealing their inmost feelings as far as possible. They endeavor to themselves by means of this strict conscientiousness and rigorousness of duty, and by the stem and harsh impression which others, especially their inferiors, cannot hail to. Of 234. Dread of the endeavor to avoid one's renown, the intentional offending of one's panegyrists, the dislike of hearing opinions about one's self, and all through fear of renown. Instances like these are to be met with, they actually it or not, be they are found, no doubt. They exist. A little patience, Sir Arrogance. 235 Ref chasing are perfectly justified in realzing a request, but it is never right to refi_asc thanks or, what comes to the same thing, to accept them coldly and conventionally. This gives deep offense and why? 236 PNR punishment_a strange thing, this punishment of ours. It dce not purify the criminal, it is not a form of expiation, but, on the contrary, it is even more defiling than the crime itself. 237. Party grievances _ in almost every party there is a ridiculous, but nevertheless somewhat dangerous grievance. The sufferers from it are those have long been the faithful_al and honorable upholders of the doctrine propagated by the party, and who suddenly remark that one day a much stronger figure than themselves has got the ear of the public. How can they bear being reduced to silence? So they raise their voices, sometimes changing their notes. 238 STFDVNS1G For a vigorous nature has not an inclination towards cruelty, and is not always preoccupied with itself, it involuntarily strives honor gentleness, this is its distinctive characteristic. Weak natures, on the other hand, have a tendency towards harsh judgments, they associate themselves with the hearses of the contempt of mankind. The religious or philosophical traducers of existence, or they take up their position behind strict habits and punctilious callings, in this way they seek to give themselves a character and a kind of strength, this is likewise done quite involuntarily. 239 A hint to musicians have made a great discovery, they have found out that interesting ugliness is possible even in therein, this is why they throw themselves with such enthusiastic intoxication into this of ugliness, and never before has it so easy to make music. It is only now that we have got the general, dark-colored background, which every luminous ray of fine music, however faint, seems tinged with golden emerald luster, it is only now that dare to inspire our audience with feelings of impetuosity and indignation, taking away their breath, so to speak, in order that may Arenvards, in an interval of rest all harmony, inspire their myth a feeling of bliss equal to the general advantage of a proper appreciation of music. We have discovered the contrast, it is only now that the strongest FATs are possible and cheap. No one bothers any more about good music. But you must hurry up. Madame Annie Alt has once made this discovery, it has but a short space of time to if only our thinkers could probe into the depths of the souls of our musicians when listening to their music. How long we must wait until again have an opportunity of surprising the inward man in the very act of his evil doing, and his inance of this act. For our musicians have not the slightest suspicion that it is their own history, the history of the disfigurement of the soul, which they are transposing into music. In former times a good musician was almost forced by the exigencies of his art to a good man, and now. 240 The misery of the man who imagines that the effect of Shakespeare's plays is a moral one, and that the sight of Macbeth irresistibly induces us to shun the one of ambition, is mistaken. And he is mistaken once more if he believes that Shakespeare himself thought so. He who is truly obsessed by an ardent ambition takes delight in beholding this picture of himself, and when the hero is driven to destruction by his passion, this is the most pungent spice in the hot drink of this delight. Did the poet feel this in another way? How royally and with how little of the knave in him does his ambitious hero end his course from the moment of his great crime. It is only from this moment that he becomes demoniacally attractive, and that he encourages similar natures to imitate him. There is something demoniacal here, something which is in revolt against advantage and life, in favor of a thought and an impulse. Do you think that Tristan and Isolde are warnings against adultery, merely because adultery has resulted in the death of them? This would be turning psits upside down of these poets who, especially Shakespeare, are in lore with the passions in themselves, and not less so if the readiness for death which they give rise to, this in which the heart no more clings to life than a drop of water stays to the glass. It is not the guilt and its pernicious consequences which interests these poets Shakespeare as little as Sophocles. In the point 4ia, Philoctetes, easy it might have been in the cases just mentioned to make the guilt the lever of the play, it was carefully avoided by the poets. In the same way the tragic poet by his images of life does not wish to set us against life, on the contrary, he exclaims, it is the charm of charms, this exciting, changing, and dangerous existence of ours, so often bathed in sun. Life is inside you may take in life, it will always retain this character. Thus speaks the poet of a restless and vigorous age, an age which is almost intoxicated and stupefied by its superabundance of blood and energy, in an age more one than our own, and this is why it is necessary for us to adapt and accommodate ourselves first to the purpose of a Shakespearean Aryan play, that is, by misunderstanding it. 241. For that which is now expressly maintained is tme, that the cause of the black pigment of the skin must not be sought in light. Might this phenomenon perhaps be the ultimate effect of antiquent fits of passion accumulated for century after century, and an afflux of blood under the skin? While in other and more intelligent races the equally frequent spasms of fear and blanching may have resulted in the white color of the skin, for the degree of timidity is the standard by which the intelligence may be measured, and the fact that men give themselves up to blind anger is an indication that their animal nature is still near the surface, and is longing for an opportunity to make its presence felt once more. Thus a brownish gray would probably be the primitive color of man, omitting of the ape and the as is only proper. 242, which in its weakest form is called freedom of thought, is the type of resignation the tyrannical man ends by accepting, he who for a long time had been looking for something to but without finding anything except himself. 243. The TiVo we endeavor to examine the mirror in itself, we discover in the end that we can detect nothing there but the things which it reflects. If we v.ish to grasp the things reflected, we touch nothing in the end but the mirror. This is the general history of chronology. 244. Delight reality. Our present inclination to take delight in reality, for almost every one of us possesses it, can only be explained by the fact that we have taken delight in the unreal for such a long time that got tired of it. This inclination in its present form, without choice and without refinement, is not without danger. Its least danger is its want of taste. 245. The subtlety of the feeling of power. Napoleon was greatly mortified at the fact that he could not speak Yule, and he did not himself in this respect, but his thirst for which never despised the slightest opportunity of showing itself, and was still more subtle than his subtle intellect, him to speak even worse than he might have done. It was in this way that he revenged himself upon his own mortification. He was jealous of all his emotions because they possessed power, in order to enjoy his autocratic pleasure. He enjoyed this pleasure a second time in respect to the ears and judgment of his audience, as if it were God enough for them to address in this way. He even so greatly enjoyed the thought of bewildering their judgment and good taste by the thunder and lightning of his highest authority. That authority lies in the union of power and genius, while his judgment and his good taste held fast proudly and indifferently to the truth that he did not speak as the complete and fully developed type of a single instinct, belongs to ancient humanity, whose characteristic the simple construction and ingenious development and realization of a single motive or a small number of motives may easily enough recognized. 246. Aristotle makes its appearance in the children of great geniuses, and stupidity in those of the most virtuous. So says Aristotle, did he mean by this to invite exceptional men to marry? 247. The origin of a bad and instability in the minds of certain men, their disordered and manner, are the ultimate consequences of the innumerable logical inexactitudes, superficialities, and hasty conclusions of their ancestors have been guilt. Men of a good temperament, on the other hand, are descended from solid and meditative races which have set a high value upon reason, whether for praiseworthy or evil. Pulp says is of no great importance. 248. DRSSNWLAT 10N as A has been best developed by the long dissimulation endeavored to appear as kindness. Wherever great power existed, the necessity for dissimulation of this nature was recognized. It inspires security and confidence, and multiplies the actual sum of our physical power _ falsehood, if not actually the mother, is at all events the nurse of kindness. In the same way, honesty has brought to maturity by the net for a semblance of honesty and integrity, in hereditary aristocracies. The persistent exercise of such a dissimulation ends by bringing about the actual nature of the thing itself. The dissimulation in the long mn suppresses itself, and organs and instincts are the unexpected in this garden of hypocrisy. 249. Who, then, is faint heeled wretch does not know mladet me. Arles to be lonely. An enemy is always prowling in his tracks. Oh, for the man who could give us the history of that subtle feeling called loneliness. 250. Night was only at night time, and in the semi-obscurity of dark forests and caverns, that the ear, the organ of fear, was able to develop itself so well, in accordance with the mode of living of the timid that is, the longest human epoch has ever yet existed. Hen it is clear daylight the ear is less necessary. Hence the character of music, which is an alt of night and twilight. 251. Stoic experiences a serene sense of cheerfulness. Hen he feels oppressed by the ceremonial which he has prescribed for himself, he enjoys himself then as a ruler. 252. Consider the man who is being punished is no longer he who has done the deed, he is always the scapegoat. 253. What must be best and most resolutely proved is appearance itself, for only too many people lack eyes to observe it, but it is so tiresome. 254. Those distinguishes poetic natures, but is also a danger for them, is their imagination. Uhik exhausts itself in advance, Uhik anticipates what will happen or what may happen, which enjoys and suffers in advance, and which at the final moment of the event or the action is already fatigued. Lord Byron was only familiar with this. You wrote in his diary, "If ever I have a son he shall a very prosaic profession, that of a lavier or a pirate." 255. Conversation on music _ A. What do you say to that music? B. It has overpowered me, I can say nothing. It listen. There it is beginning. Agam _ A. All the better. This time let us do our to overpower it. Will you allow me to add a few mrds to this music? And also to show you a drama which perhaps at your first hearing you did not wish to observe? B. Very well, I hail 2 ears and even more if necessary, move up closer to me. A. We have not yet heard what he wishes to say to us, up to the present he has only promised to say something as yet unheard, so he gives us to understand by his gestures, for they are gestures. How he beckons! How he raises himself up! How he gesticulates! And now the moment of supreme tension seems to have come to him. 2 more affairs, and he present us with his superb and splendidly adorned theme, rattling, as it were, with precious stones. Is it a handsome woman? Or a beautiful horse? Enough, he about him as if in rapture, for he must assemble looks of rapture. It is only now that his theme quite pleases him, it is only now that he inventive and risks new and audacious features. How he forces out his theme! All, take care, he not only understands how to adorn, but also how to gloss it over. Yes, he knows what the color of health is, and he knows how to make it is more subtle in his self-consciousness than I thought. And now he is convinced that he has convinced his hearers, he sets off his impromptus as if they were the most important things under the sun, he points to his theme with an insolent finger as if it were tco good for this how dismissful he is. He is afraid we may get tired, that is why he buries his melody in sweet notes _ Now he even appeals to our coarser senses that he may excite us and thus get us once again into his listen to him as he conjures up the elementary force of tempestuous and thundering rhythms. And now that he says that these things have captivated or strangle us, and almost overwhelm us, he once again ventures to introduce his theme amidst this play of the elements in order to convince us, convulsed and agitated as we are, that our confusion and agitation are the effects of his miraculous theme. And from now onwards his hearers believe in him, as the theme is heard once more they are reminded of its thrilling elementary effects. The theme profits by this recollection now it has demoniacal. What a connoisseur of the soul he is! He gains command over us by all the artifices of the popular orator. But the music has stopped again B, and I am glad of it, for I could no longer bear listening to your observations. One should prefer 10 times over to let myself Beto knowing the TMTH once after your Arshan_A. That is just what I wished to hear from you. The best people now are just like you are quite content to let yourselves be. You come here with coarse, lust players, and you do not bring with you your conscience of the alt off listening_. On the way here you hail cast away your intellectual honesty, and thus you corrupt both art and artists. Whenever you applaud and cheer you have in your hands the conscience of the altists, and woe to art if they get to know that you cannot distinguish between IMCNT and guilty music. I do not indeed refer to good and bad music, we reneteth both in the kinds of music mentioned. But I call innocent music that which thinks only of itself and believes only in itself, and which on account of itself has forgotten the world at large. This spontaneous expression of the most profound solitude which speaks of itself and idle itself, and has entirely forgotten that there are listeners, effects, misunderstandings and failures in the world outside. In Shan, the music which we have just heard is precisely of this rare and noble type, and everything I said it was a fable. Pardon my little trick if you will. Bo, then you like this music, too. In that case many sins shall forgiven you. 256 The mice of the evil, silent, gloomy, and evil men possess a peculiar something you cannot dispute it them, an uncommon and strange enjoyment in the dolce far entente, a sunset and evening rest, such as none can enjoy but a heart which has been often devoured, lacerated, and indisowned by the passions. 257. Words present always express our thoughts with those words which lie nearest to hand. Or rather, if I may reveal my frail suspicion, at every moment we have only the particular thought for the words that are present in our minds. 258. Flat turns 1G. They have only to stroke this dog's coat once, and he immediately splutters and gives off sparks like any other flatterer, and he is witty in his own way. Why should not endure him thus? 259. The Quan M has now become silent now regard to me, although he knows the TMTH and could tell it, but it cold sound like vengeance, and he views truth so highly, this honorable man. 260. The amulet of dependent who is unavoidably dependent upon some master ought to possess something by which he can inspire his master with fear, and keep him in check, integrity, for example, or probity, or an evil tongue. 261. Why so I know them mule this breed of animals. Seemingly it pleases them better to walk on 2 legs like a god, but it pleases me better when they fall back on their 4 feet. This is incomparably more natural for them. 262. The demon of Poea, neither necessity nor desire, but the love of power, is the Durnan of mankind. You may give men evil you think possible, health, food, shelter, enjoyment, but they are and remain unhappy and capricious, for the demon waits and waits, and must satisfied. Let everything else be taken away from men, and let this demon be satisfied, and then they will nearly happy as men and demons can. But why do I repeat this? Luther has already said it, and better than I have done, in the verses, and though they take our life, goods, honor, children, wife, yet is their profit small. These thmgs shall vanish all, the kingdom it remaineth _ the kingdom. There it is again. 263. Contradiction Inca * Nate is a physiological contradiction in what is called genius. Genius possesses on the one hand a great deal of savage disorder and involuntary movement, and on the other hand a great deal of superior activity in this environment. Joined to this, a genius possesses a mirror reflow ts the 2 movements beside one another, and within one another, but one and opposed to one another. Genius in consequence of this sight is often unhappy, and if it fells its greatest happiness in creating, it is because it forgets that precisely then, with the highest determinate activity, it decrs something fantastic and irrational, such is all art, and cannot help doing it. 264. Decevens 1G1's men with a discriminating intuition endeavor not to be tco closely acquainted with their rivals in order that they may feel them say superior to them. 265. There is a time for the imagination of a people begins to diminish. There arises the desire to have its legends represented on the stage, It then tolerates the coarse substitutes for imagination in the age of the epic rhapsodist. However, the theater itself, and the actor dressed up as a hero, form an obstacle in the path of the imagination instead of acting as wings for it. Tm near, too definite, too heavy, and with tm little of dreamland and the flights of birds about them. 266 Without I acts charm and knows it. Aha, how skillful one he is in masking this defect. He does it by a strict virtue, gloomy and acquired dismiss of all and of existence itself, by coarse jests, by contempt for a more refined manner of living, by pathos and pretensions, and by a cynical philosophy. Yeah, he has even developed into a character through the continual knowledge of his deficiency. 267 Why so noble character is distinguished from a vulgar one by the fact that the latter has not at ready command a inane number of habits and points of view like the former. Fate willed that they should not be his either by inheritance or by education. 268 The orator's Scylla Charybdis. How difficult it was in Athens to speak in such a way as to win over the hearers to one's cause without repelling them at the same time by the form in which one's speech was cast, or withdrawing their attention from the cause itself by this form. How difficult it still is to write thus in France. 269 Sick people and all kinds of sadness and misery of soul. We should first of all try a change of diet and severe manual labor, but in such cases men are in the habit of having recourse to mental intoxicants, to alt for example, which is both to their own detriment and that of art. Can you not see that when you call for art as sick people you make the artists themselves sick? 270 Apparent are good, and rational on and in favor of science, but, alas, I see behind these words your toleration of science. In a corner of your imnost mind you think, in spite of all you say, that TT is not necessary for you, that it shows magnanimity on your pen to admit and even to advocate it, more especially as science on its paltry days not exhibit this magnanimity in regard to your opinion. Do you know that you have no right whatever to exercise this toleration? That this condescension of yours is an even coarser disparagement of science than any of that open scum which a presumptuous priest or artist might allow himself to indulge in towards science. Mat is lacking in you is a strong sense for everything that is tme and actual. You do not feel grieved and humiliated to find that science is in contradiction to your own sentiments. You are unacquainted with that intense desire for knowledge ruling or you like a law. You do not feel a duty in the net of being present with your own eyes wherever knowledge exists, and to let nothing that is known escape you. You do not know that which you are treating with such toleration. And it is only because you do not know it that you can succeed in adopting such a gracious attitude towards it. You, forsooth, would upon science with hatred and fanaticism if it for once cast its shining and illuminating glance upon you. What it matter to us, then, if you do exhibit toleration and towards a phantom? And not even towards us, and what do we matter? 271 Festii is exactly those men who aspire most ardently towards power file it indescribably agreeable to be overpowered. To sink suddenly and deeply into a feeling as into a whirlpool. To suffer the reins to be snatched out of their hand, and to watch a movement which takes them they know not where. Ulatur or whoever may be the person or thing that renders us this service, it is nevertheless a great service. We are so happy and breathless, and fell around us an exceptional silence, as if we were in the most central bowels of the earth. To for once entirely powerless. The plaything of the elementary forces of nature. There is a restfulness in this happiness, a casting away of the great burden, a descent without fatigue, as if one had been given up to the blind force of gravity. This is the dream of the mountain climber, who, although he sees his goal above him, nevertheless falls asleep on the way from utter exhaustion, and dreams of the happiness of the contrast this endless rolling downhill. I describe happiness as I imagine it to be in our present-day society, the badgered, ambitious society of Europe and America. Now and then they wish to fill back into impotence this enjoyment is offered them by wars, arts, religions, and geniuses. When a man has temporarily abandoned himself to a momentary impression which devours and crushes everything, and this is the RN and N festive mood, he Ehrenvards becomes frar, colder, more refresh-hod, and more strict, and again strives tirelessly after the contrary of all this. 272. The purification of is probable that there are no pure races, but only races which have become purified, and even these are extremely rare. S we more one and meeteth crossed races, among whom, togethereth the in the harmony of the bodily forms, for example a hen the eyes do not accord with the mouth, we necessarily always find of harmony in habits and appreciations. Livingstone heard someone say, God created white and black but the devil create the half-castes. Crossed races are always at the same time crossed cultures and crossed moralities, they are, as a rule, more evil, cruel, and restless. Purity is the final result of innumerable adjustments, absorptions, and eliminations, and progress towards purity in a race is shown by the fact that the latent strength in the race is more and more restricted to a few special actions, whilst it formerly had to carry out too many and often contradictory things. Such a restriction will always have the of an impoverishment, and must be judged with prudence and moderation in the long. However, when the process of purification has come to a success termination, all those forces which higher formerly wasted in the struggle between the disharmonious qualities are at the disposal of the organism as a whole, and this is why purified races have always become stronger and more beautiful. The Greeks may serve us as a model of a purified race and culture, and it is to hope that someday a pure European race and culture may arise. 273 is someone who, you wishes to praise you, you bite your lips and brace up your health, oh, that cup might go hence. But it not, it comes. Let us therefore drink the sweet impudence of the panegyrist, let us overcome the disgust and profound contempt that we feel for the innermost substance of his praise, let us assume a 10-0k of thankful joy, for he wished to make himself agreeable to us. And now that it is all over we know that he feels greatly exalted, he has been victorious over us. Yes, and also over himself, the villain, for it was no easy matter for him to this praise from himself. 274. The rights privileges of we human beings are the only creatures and things do not go well with us, can blot ourselves out like a clumsy sentence, whether we do so out of honor for humanity or pity for it, or on account of the aversion we feel towards ourselves. 275. The tui asterisks phone vid he be ohms virtuous, but only for the sake of hurting others by being so. Don't pay so much attention to him. 276. How may married men have some moming awaken to the fact that their young wife is dull, although she thinks quite the contrary. Not to speak of those wives whose flesh is willing but whose intellect is weak. 277. Worn cold is sometimes the consequence of cold and unshaken resolution, and at other times of a fiery and reckless elan. For these two kinds of courage there is only the one, how different, nevertheless, are cold viltwis and warm neem. And the man called Bia who could suppose that goodness could only be brought by warmth, and no less a fool he would only attribute it to cold. The TMTH is that mankind has found both warm and cold courage very, yet not often enough to prevent it from setting them both in the category of precious stones. 278. The gracious man of high rank will do well to develop a gracious memory, that is, to note all the good qualities of people and remember them particularly, for in this way he holds them in an agreeable dependence. A man may also act in this way towards himself, whether or not he has a gracious memory determines in the end the superiority, gentleness, or dismstith which he observes his own inclinations and intentions, and finally even the nature of these inclinations and intentions. 279. Wherem we becco.ie who make an idol of someone endeavors to justify himself in his own eyes by ideally equals ine this person, in other words, he becomes an artist that he may have a clear conscience. Ilman he suffers, he does not suffer from his ignorance, but from the lie he has told himself to make himself ignorant. The inmost misery and desire of such a man, and all passionate lovers are included in this category, cannot be exhausted by normal means. 280. Tkf those who live like children, those who have not to struggle for their daily bread, and do not think that their actions have any ultimate signification, remain childlike. 281. Our ego desires would seem as if men in general were only inspired by the desire to possess, Languages at least would permit of this suppositica, for they view past actions from the standpoint that we have been put in possession of, have spoken, struggally if to say, I am now in possession of my word, my struggle, my victory. How greedy man appears in this light! He cannot even let the past escape him, he even wishes to have it still. 282 Danger. Woman is beautiful and intelligent, alas, how much more intelligent she would have become if she had not been beautiful one. 283 Domestic habitual mood depends the in which maintain our habitual entourage. 284 New things. As old people seem irritated when something new is told them, they feel the ascendancy which the news has given to the person has learned it first. 285 What are the limits of the majority of people take under their protectico, as it were, something that they know, as if the fact of knowing it was sufficient in itself to make it their property. The acquisitiveness of the egoistic feeling has no limits. Great men speak as if they had behind them the whole of time, and had placed themselves at the head of this enormous host, and good of the beauty of their children, their clothes, their dog, their physician, or their native town, but the only thing they dare not say is, INL all that chi non ha non a, as they say in Italy. 286 Doxyisticanals, pets. Though there be anything more repugnant than the sentimentality which is shown to plants and animals, and this on the part of a creature who from the very beginning has made such ravages among them as their most ferocious enemy, and who ends by even claiming affectionate feelings from his weakened and mutilated victims. This kind of nature man must above all be serious, if he is any scant of a thinking being. 287 TiVo were friends once, but now they have ceased to be so, and both of them broke off the friendship at the same time, the one because he believed himself to be too greatly misunderstood, and the other because he thought he was known too intimately and were you wrong. For neither of them knew himself enough. 288 The comedy of the noble who cannot succeed in exhibiting a noble and cordial familiarity endeavor to let the nobleness of their nature seen by their exercise of reserve and strictness, and a sultane contempt for familiarity, as if their strong sense of confidence were ashamed to show itself. 289 Where v.e say nothing against verdal among cowards, it is thought bad form to say anything against bravery, for any expression of this kind would give rise to some contempt, and unfeeling people are irritated when anything is said against pity. 290 I find that with irritable and abrupt people their first words and actions generally afford no indication of their actual character. They are prompted by circumstances, and are to some extent simply reproductions of the spirit of these circumstances. Because, however, as the words have been uttered and the deeds done, the subsequent words and deeds, indicating the real nature of such people, are often to usd to reconcile, amend, or extinguish the former. 291 is an artificial and 188 pride, but it is precisely the essential nature of pride to be incapable of artifice, simulation, or hypocrisy, and thus arrogance is the hypocrisy of the incapacity for hypocrisy, a very difficult thing, and one which is a hillier in most cases. But if suppose that, as most frequently happens, the presumptuous person betrays himself, then a treble annoyance falls to his lot. People are angry at him because he has endeavored to deceive and he wished to show himself superior to them, and finally they laugh at him because he failed in both these endeavors. How earnestly, therefore, should dissuade our fellow men from arrogance. 292 A species of we hear somebody speak, it is one and sufficient for his pronunciation of a single consonant, the letter R, for example, to fill us with doubts as to the honesty of his feelings. We are not accustomed to this particular pronunciation, and should hail to make it ourselves as it were arbitrarily. It sounds forced to us. This is the domain of the greatest possible misconception, and it is the same adel the style of a mitre who has certain habits which are not the habits of everybody. His artlessness is felt as such only by himself, and precisely in regard to that he himself feels to be forced, because he has yielded in this matter to the prevailing fashion and to so-called GWD taste, he may perhaps give pleasure and inspire confidence. 293 Superfluous grain of gratitude and piety makes one suffer as from a vice in spite of all one's independence and honso one begins to have a bad conscience. 294 is the most sensual men who find it necessary to avoid men and to torture their 295. The subtlety of the most subtle tasks in the great art of sewing is that of serving a more than usually ambitious man, who, indeed, is excessively egoistic in all things, but is entirely adverse to being thought so. This is part of his ambition. He requires that everything shall be according to his own will and humor, yet in such a way as to give him the appearance of always having sacrificed himself, and of rarely desiring anything for himself alone. 296 Think it a great advantage, said someone, to able to fight a duel if, of course, it is absolutely necessary, for I have at all times brave companions about me. The duel is the last means of thoroughly honorable suicide left to us, but it is unfortunately a circuitous means, and not even a certain one. 297. Young man can most surely corrupted when he is taught to view the like-minded more highly than the differently minded. 298. Hero worship its fanatic of an ideal that incesses flesh and blood is right as a mle so long as he assumes a negative attitude, and he is terrible in his negation. He knows what he denies as well as he knows himself, for the simple reason that he comes thence, that he feels at home there, and that he has always the fear of being forced to return there some day. He therefore wishes to make his return impossible by the manner of his negation as he begins to affirm. However, he partly shuts his eyes and begins to idealize, frequently merely for the sake of annoying those who have stayed at home. We might say that there was something artistic, this agreed, but there is also something dishonest about it. The idealist of a person imagines this unto so far from him that he can no longer see him distinctly, and then he travesties that he can just perceive into something, is to say, symmetrical, vaguely outlined, unseen since he wishes to worship from afar that ideal which floats on high in the distance, he finds it essential to build a temple for the object of his worship as a protection from the profanum vulgus. He brings into this temple for the object of his worship all the venerable and sanctified objects which he still, so that his ideal may benefit by their charm, and that, nourished in this way, it may grow more and more divine. In the end he really succeeds in forming his goal, but, alas for him, there is someone who knows how all this has been done, viz. his intellectual conscience, and there is also someone who, quite unconsciously, begins to protest against these things, viz. the deified one himself, who, in consequence of all this worship, praise, and incense, now completely enshows himself in the most obvious and dreadful manner to non-divine, and only in a case like this there is only one means of left for such a fanatic. He patiently suffers himself and his fellows to be maltreated, and interprets all this misery and materum det gloriam by a new kind of self-deceit and noble fall equals hood. He takes up a stand against himself, and in doing so experiences, as an interpreter and ill-treated person, something like martyrdom, and in this way he climbs to the height of his conceit. Men of this kind to be found, for example, in the entourage of Napoleon. Indeed, perhaps it may have been he who inspired the soul of his century with that romantic prostration in the presence of the genius and the hero, which was so foreign to the spirit of rationalism of the 19th century, a man about whom even Byron was not ashamed to say that he was a worm compared with such a being. The formulae of this prostration have been described by Thomas Carlyle, that arrogant old muddlehead and grumbler, who spent his long life in trying to romanticize the Cornman sense of his Human, but in vain. 299 The appear *ce of ourselves in the midst of our enemies may be a sign of cowardice. 300 Cobdus dng towns. Is the ultimate prudence of insatiably ambitious men not only to conceal their contempt for man which the sight of flatterers causes them, but also to appear even condescending to them, like a GCXL who can be nothing if not condescending. 301 Streb1 of I have said once I will do. This manner of thinking is believed to indicate great strength of character. How many actions are accomplished, not they have been d as being the most rational, but at the moment mean thought of them they influenced our ambition and vanity by some means or another, so that we do not stop until hail blindly carried them out. Thus they strengthen in us our belief in our character and our good conscience, in shun our strength, whilst the choice of the most rational acts possible brings about a certain amount of scepticism towards ourselves, and thus encourages a sense of weakness in 302. Once, tmce, thnce lie unspeakably and often, but they do not think about it afterwards, and generally do not believe in it. 303 The Pastine of the thinks he knows me, and fancies himself to be subtle and important when he has any kind of relations with me, and I take care not to undeceive him. For in such a case I should suffer for it, while now he wishes me well because I arouse in him a feeling of conscious superiority. There is another, who fears that I think I know him, and feels a sense of inferiority at this. As a result he behaves in a timid and vacillating manner, in my presence, and endeavors to mislead me in regard to himself so that he may regain an ascendancy over me. 304 The destroyers of the some men fail to accomplish who hate they desire to do, they exclaim angrily, may the whole UMLD perish. This odious feeling is the height of envy, which reasons thus, because I cannot have one thing the whole world in general must have nothing. The whole world shall. 305. We set out to buy something, our greed increases with the cheapness of the object uhi. Is it because the small differences in price make up the little eye of greed? 306 The Greeks admire in Ulysses? Above all his capacity for lying and for taking a shrewd and dreadful revenge, his being equal to circumstances, his appearing to be nobler than the noblest when necessary, his ability to be everything he desired, his heroic pertinacity, having all means within his command. Possessing genius. The genius of Ulysses is an object of the admiration of the Goths, they smile when they think of it. All this is the Greek ideal. What is most remarkable about it is that the contradiction between seeming and being was not felt in any way, and that as a consequence it could not be morally estimated. Were there ever such accomplished actors? 307 Facta. Yes, facta. Historian need not concern himself with events which have actually happened, but only those which are supposed to have happened, for none but the Iadher have produced enough. The same remark applies to the imaginary hearses. His theme. This so-called world histology, what is it but opinions on imaginary actions and their imaginary motives, which in their turn give rise to opinions and actions, the reality of which, however, is at once evaporated, and is only effective as continual generating and impregnating of phantom. The dense mists of unfathomable reality. All historians record things which hail never existed, except in imagination. 308. Not to toot is noble to sell one's virtue only at the highest price, or even to carry on usury with it as a teacher, a civil servant, or an honest, for instance, brings genius and talent down to the level of the cornman tradesman. We must carry one not to be clever with our wisdom. 309 Fade. Our general knowledge of mankind has been to a greater extent by fear than by love, for fear endeavors to find out who the other is, what he can do, and what he wants. It be dangerous and prejudicial to be deceived on this and int. On the other hand, love is induced by its secret craving to discover as many beautiful qualities as possible in the loved object, or to raise this loved object as high as possible. It is a joy and an advantage to love in this way, and this is why it does it. 310 Good-natured people have acquired their character from the continual fear of foreign attacks in which their ancestors lived. These ancestors, were in the habit of mitigating and tranquilizing, humbling themselves, preventing, distracting, flattering, and apologizing, concealing their grief and anger, and preserving an countenance, and they ultimately bequeathed all this delicate and uniform mechanism to their children and grandchildren. These latter, thanks to their more favorable lot, did not experience this feeling of dread, but they nevertheless continue in the sanal groove. 311. The so-called sum total of those internal movements come naturally to men, and they can consequently set in motion readily and graceftly, is called the soul. Men are upon as void of soul mean they let it seem that their inward emotions are difficult and painful to them. 312. The forgetful outbursts of passion and the delusions of dreams and madness, man redisco RRS his own primitive history, and that of humanity, animality and its savage grimaces. For once his memory stretches back into the past, while his civilized condition is developed from the forgetfulness of these primitive experiences, that is to say, from the failing of this memory. He who, as a forgetful man of a higher nature, has always remained aloof from these things, does not understand men, but it is an advantage if from time to time there are individuals who do not understand men, individuals who are, so to created from the divine set and born of reason. 313. The friend we are no friend whose we cannot satisfy, we should prefer to have as an enemy. 314. In the sceta of the midst of the ocean of becoming, adventurers and birds of passage wake up on an island no larger than a small boat, and here we look round us for a moment with as much haste and curiosity as possible, for how quickly may some gale blow us away, or some wave sweep over the little island and leave nothing of us remaining. Here, however, upon this little piece of ground metteth other birds of passage, and here of still earlier thus live together for one precious minute of recognition and divining, amid the fluttering of wings and joyful chirping, and an adventure in spirit far out on the feeling no less proud than the itself. 315. Parting wtth give up some of our property, or to waive a right, gives pleasure when it denotes great wealth. Jean Rosier may be placed in this category. 316. We sex which feel that they will always remain weak hunt up a few intelligent individual adherents, wishing to make up in quality what they lack in quantity. This gives rise to no little danger for intelligent minds. 317. The judgment of the man who meditates upon his days and life's work when he has reached the end of his journey and feels weary, generally arrives at a melancholy conclusion, but this is not the fault of the day or his life, but of the midst of creative work we do not take time, as a rule, to meditate upon life and existence, nor yet in the midst of our pleasures, but if by a chance this did happen once, we should no longer him to write who wait for the seventh day and for repose to find. Everything that exists very had missed the right moment. 318. Beware of systemizers. There is a certain amount of comedy about systemizers. In trying to complete a system and to round off its horizon, they have to let their weaker qualities appear in the same style as their stronger wish to represent complete and uniformly strong natures. 319. Object of hospitality is to paralyze all hostile feeling in a stranger. When we cease to look strangers as enemies, hospitality diminishes, it flourishes so long as its evil presupposition. DCE 320. The exceptional and uncertain state of the weather makes men suspicious even of one another. At the same time they come to like innovations, for they must diverge from their accustomed habits. This is why despots like those countries where the weather is moral. 321. Danger. People become easy victims in all circumstances because their lack of knowledge prevents them from distinguishing moderation and excess, and from being betimes on their guard against themselves. It is as a result of this that that is, ignorant young women 27-21 accustomed to the frequent enjoyment of sexual intercourse, and feel the want of it very much in later years when their husbands fall ill or grow prematurely old. It is on account of these harmless and orthodox conception, as if frequent sexual intercourse were right and proper, that they come to experience a need which offenbards exposes them to the severest tribulations, and even considering the matter, however, from a higher and more general point of view, whoever loves a man or a thing without knowing him or it, falls a prey to something he would not love if he could see it. In all cases here experience, precautions, and prudent steps are required. It is the innocent man who will be most thoroughly corrupted, for he has to drink with closed eyes the dregs and most secret poison of everything put him. Let us consider the procedure of all princes, churches, sects, parties, and corporations. Is not the innocent man always used as the sweetest bait for the most dangerous and wicked traps? As Ulysses availed himself of the services of the innocent Neoptolemus to cheat the old and infirm Anchorite and ogre of Lemnos out of his bow and arrows. Christianity, with its contempt for the has made ignorance perhaps because the most frequent result of this innings is precisely, as I have indicated above, guilt, the sense of guilt, and despair. In other MRDS, a virtue which leads to heaven by the circuitous route of hell, for only then can the gloomy propylxa of Christian salvation be thrown open, and only then is the promise of a posthumous so und innocence effective. This is one of the finest inventions of Christianity. 322 LLVMGA Dr. Uyen seems to me that a sick man lives more carelessly when he is under medical observation than when he attends to his own health. In the first case it suffices for him to obey strictly all his doctor's prescriptions, but in the second case he gives more attention to the ultimate object of these prescriptions, namely, his health. He obsoes much more, and submits himself to a more severe discipline than the directions of his physician could compel him to do. All rules have this effect: they distract our attention from the fundamental aim of the MLE, and make us more thoughtless. But to what heights of destruction would men have risen if ever they had completely and honestly left everything to the Godhead as to their and acted in accordance with the words as will. 323 The darkening of the vengeance of those timid people who behave in society just as if they had stolen their limbs. The vengeance of the humble, Christian-like souls who just manage to slink quietly through the world. The vengeance of those who always judge hastily, and are as hastily said to be in the wrong. The vengeance of all classes of drunkards, for the morning is always the most miserable part of the day. And also of all kinds of invalids and sick and depressed people who have no longer the courage to become healthy. The number of these vengeful people, and, even more, the of their petty acts of revenge, is incalculable. The air around us is continually whizzing with the discharged arrows of their molly good nighty, so that the sun and the sky of their lives become darkened. Alas! Not only theirs, but more often ours and other men's, and this is worse than the frequent wounds which they make on our skins and hearts. Do we not occasionally deny the existence of the sun and sky merely because have not seen them for so long? We 11 then, solitude. Of this, solitude. 324 The psychology of the acroelt is the blissful illusion of all great actors to imagine that the historical personages whom they are representing were really in the same state of mind as they themselves are when interpreting them, but in this they are very much mistaken. Their powers of imitation and divination, which they would fain exhibit as a clairvoyant faculty, penetrate only far enough to explain gestures, accent, and looks, and in general anything exterior, that is, they can grasp the shadow of the soul of a great hero, statesman, or warrior, or of an ambitious, jealous, or person. They penetrate fairly near to the soul, but they never reach the inmost spirit of the man they are imitating. It would be a fine thing to discover that instead of thinkers, psychologists, or we revered nothing but clairvoyant actors to throw light the essence of any condition. Let us never forget, whenever such pretensions are heard, that the actor is nothing but an ideal ape. So much of an is he, that he is not capable of believing in the essence or in the essential. Everything becomes for him merely performance, attitude, stage, scenery, and public. 325. LLVMG Believoid means of becoming the prophet and wonderunker of one's age are the same to die as in former times. One must live appalled, myth little knowledge, some ideas, and a great deal of then finish by believing that mankind cannot do without us, because it is clear that we can do without it. When we are inspired this belief we find faith finally. A piece of advice to him who needs it, it was given to Wesley by B. and Dottler, his spiritual teacher: preach faith until you have it, then you will preach it because you have. 326. Now we may estimate our powers, but not our power. Not only do circumstances conceal it from us and show it to us time about, but they even exaggerate or diminish it. We must consider ourselves as variable quantities whose productive capacity may in favorable circumstances reach the greatest possible heights. We must therefore reflect upon these circumstances, and spare no pains in studying them. 327 A Don Juan of Crolology. No philosopher or poet has yet succeeded in discovering him. He is wanting in love for the things he recognizes, but he possesses wit, a lust for the hunting after knowledge, and the intrigues in connection with it, and he finds enjoyment in all these, even up to the highest and most distant stars of knowledge, until at last there is nothing left for him to pursue but the absolutely injurious side of knowledge, just as the drunkard who ends by drinking absinthe and aquaf. 01 'Tis that is why last of all he feels a longing for hell. For this is the final knowledge which seduces him. Perhaps even this would disappoint him, as all things do avec one nous. And then he would have to stand still for all eternity, a victim to eternal and transformed into his enemy, the stony guest, who longs for an evening meal off knowledge which v.ill never more fall to his share. For the whole world of things v.ill not have another mouthful left to offer to these hungry men. 328 What idealistic theories are most sultane to find idealistic among unscrupulously practical men, for such men stand in need of the luster of these theories for the sake of their reputation. They adopt them instinctively without by any means feeling hypocritical in doing sc no more hypocritical than Englishmen if their Christianity and their Sabbath keeping. On the other hand, contemplative natures hard to keep themselves on the guard against all kinds of fantasies and who dread to repute it as enthusiasts, are only to be satisfied with hard realistic theories. They take possession of them under the same instinctive compulsion without thereby losing their honesty. 329 The calumniators of who have been deeply wounded by the disappointments of life look with suspicion upon all as if it were something childish and puerile, and revealed a lack of common sense that moves them to pity and tenderness, such as one would experience when seeing a dying child caressing his toys on his deathbed. Such men appear to see hidden graves under every rose, rejoicings tumult and carol one music appear to them to the voluntary illusions of a man who is dangerously ill and yet wishes to take a momentary draught from the intoxicating cup of life. But this judgment about cheerfulness is merely the reflection of the latter on the dark background of weariness and ill health. In itself it is something touching, irrational, and pitiable, even childlike and puerile, but connote if that second uhak follows in the train of old age, and is the harbinger of death. 330. Not yet is not sufficient to prove a case, we must also tempt or raise men to it, hence the wise man must learn to convey his wisdom, and often in such a manner that it may sound like fiendishness. 331 Right is the proper of thinking for those who must extirpate their carnal instincts, because these are farious only for such people. 332 The bombastic artist who does not wish to put his elevated feelings into a work and thus unburden himself, but who rather wishes to impart these feelings of elevation to others, and his style behomes the bombastic style. 333 Do not consider animals as moral beings. But do you think that animals consider us as moral beings? An animal which had the of speech once said, humanity is a prejudice from which animals at least do not suffer. 334 The charitable man gratifies a need of his own inward feelings when doing good. The stronger this need is, the less does such a man try to put himself in the place of those who have the purpose of gratifying his desire. He becomes indelicate and sometimes offensive. This remark applies to the benevolence and charity of the Jews, which, as is mtlnu, is somewhat more than that of other. 335. Tiat love be felt as must be honest towards ours ahas, and must know ourselves very well to be able to practice upon others that humane dissimulation known as love and kindness. 336. What are capable man who had been tormented all day by his wicked and malicious son slew him in the evening, and then with a sigh of relief said to the other members of his family, well, now we can sleep in, who knows what circumstances might drive us to. 337 Natal to be natural, at least in his deficiencies, is perhaps the last praise that can be bestowed. An artificial artist, who is in other respects theatrical and half genuine. Such a man will for this very reason boldly parade his deficiencies. 338 Conscience man is another's conscience, and this is especially important when the other has none else. 339 The Tunspalction of our cease to difficult of accomplishment, and after long practice become changed into agreeable delights and needs. Then the rights of others to aham our duties, though now our inclinations, refer change into something else, that is, they become the occasion of pleasant feelings for us. Hence von the other, by of his rights, becomes an object of lore to us instead of an object of reverence and awe as formerly. It is our own pleasure we seek when we recognize and maintain the extent of his power. Ilman the Quietists no longer felt their Christian faith as a burden, and experienced their delight only in God. They took the motto, do all to the glow of GD whatever they performed henceforth in the sense was no longer a sacrifice, it was as much as to say, everything for the sake of our pleasure. To demand that Cluey should be always rather burdensome, as Kant does, is to demand that it shall never develop into a habit or custom. There is a small residue of ascetic mellow in this demand. 340 offenses are again st. There is a sufficiently demonstrated fact that human beings come from the womb, nevertheless when children grow up and stand by the side of their mother this appears very absurd, all appearances are against it. 341. The advantage of one has said that in his childhood he experienced such a contempt for the caprices and whims of a melancholy temperament that, until he had grown up and had become a middle-aged man, he did not know what his own temperament was like. It was precisely a melancholy temperament. He declared that this was the of all kinds of ignorance. 342. Do not be deceived. Yes, he examined the matter from every side and you think him to a man of profound knowledge. But he only wishes to lower the price he wants to buy it. 343. A moral reas to be dissatisfied with yourselves or to suffer from yourselves, and this you call your moral tendency. Very well, another may perhaps call it your cowardice. One thing, however, is certain, and that is that you never take a trip round the QRLD, and you yourselves are this world, and you always remain in yourselves an accident and on the face of the eon. Do you fancy that we who hold different views from you are merely exposing ourselves out of pure folly to the journey through our own deserts, swamps, and glaciers, and that we are voluntarily choosing grief and disgust with ourselves, like the Stilites? 344. Subtlety. Homer, as they say, sometimes nodded, he was wiser than all the anists of sleepless ambition. We must allow admirers to stop for a time and take breath by letting them find fault now and then, for nobody can cry an uninterruptedly brilliant and untiring excellence and instead of doing good such a master merely become a taskmaster, whom we hate while he precedes us. 345. Our hupn asterisk sis not argi_nent either pro or con. Many men are only capable of a small share of happiness, and it is not an argument against their wisdom if this wisdom is unable to afford them a greater degree of happiness, any more than it is an argument against medical skill that many people are incurable and others always ailing. May every one have the good fortune to discover the conception of existence which will enable him to realize his greatest share of happiness. Though this will not necessarily prevent his life from being miserable and not youth. 346. The enemies of his are man speaks to men in this way exhibits an unbridled lust which not only hates itself but also its mirrors. 347. The skull of the man has kept silence for a whole year. He learns to stop chattering, and to discourse instead. The Pythagoreans were the best statesmen of their age. 348. The feeling of poivy. Note the distinction, the man who wishes to acquire the feeling of seizes all nm1 any means, and lcok's upon nothing as too petty which can foster this feeling. He already possesses power, however, has ground fastidious and in his tastes, few things can be found to satisfy him. 349. Not so very we are present at a death. There regularly arises in us a thought that we immediately suppress from a false sense of propriety, the thought that the act of dying is less important than the customary veneration of it would wish us to believe, and that the dying man has probably lost in his life things which were more important than he is now about to lose by his death. In this case the end is certainly not the 350. The best way to a man makes a promise. It is not merely the word that promises, but a hate lies unexpressed the word. Words indeed weaken a promise by discharging and using up a which forms part of that promises. Therefore shake hands when making a promise, but put your finger on your lips. In this way you will make the safest. 351. Only conversation. We sometimes observe people endeavoring to set a trap in to catch others not out of evil-mindedness, as one might suppose, but from delight in their own shrewdness. Others again prepare a joke so that someone else may utter it, they tie the knot so that others may undo it, not out of goodwill, as might be supposed, but from wickedness, and their contempt for course. 352. 251. Feeling, I am the center of the world, forcibly comes to us mean we are unexpectedly overtaken by disgrace, then feel as if we were standing dazed in the midst of a surge, and dazzled by the glance of one enormous eye who gazes down us from all sides and looks us through and through. 353 Freedom of TMTH must be told, even if the 1D should be shirred in cries the eminent and grandiloquent Fichte. Yes, certainly, but we must har it he really means, however, is that each man should speak his mind, even if everything were to be turned upside down. This point, however, is open to dispute. 354. The Kavug, for as we now are, we are capable of bearing a tolerable amount of displeasure, and our stomach is suited to such indigestible food. If we're deprived of it, int, we should perhaps think the banquet of life insipid, and if it were not for our evillingness to suffer pain we should have to let so many pleasures escape us. 355 Admirers underscore the man who admires up to the point that he would be ready to crucify anyone who did not admire, must be reckoned along the executioners of his party. Beware of shaking hands myth heat wheelanuhan he belongs to your own side. 356. The first effect of happiness is the feeling of power, and this feeling longs to manifest itself, whether towards ourselves or other or towards ideas and imaginary beings. Its most common MCDES of manifestation are making presents, derision, and destruction. All three being due to a common fundamental instinct. 357. Niorai moralists who are lacking in the love of knowledge, and are only acquainted with the pleasure of giving pain, have the spirit and tediousness of provincials. Their pastime, as cruel as it is lamentable, is to their neighbor with the greatest possible closeness, and, unperceived, to place Apin in such position that he cannot help pricking himself with it. Such men have preserved something of the wickedness of schoolboys, who cannot amuse themselves without hunting and torturing either the living or the dead. 358 Reasons and, there feel a dislike for him, and innumerable reasons for this dislike, but I only believe in your dislike and not in your reasons. You flatter yourself by adducing as a rational conclusion, both to yourself and to me, that which happens to be merely a matter of instinct. 359. Approve of man lage in the first place are not yet acquainted with it, in the second place because have accustomed ourselves to it, and in the third place have contracted it, that is to say, in most cases. And yet nothing has been proved thereby in favor of the value of marriage in general. 360 No, which has greatly suffered both in deed and in thought is better than powerlessness who only mets with kind treatment. Such was the Greek way of thinking. In other words, the feeling of power was prized more highly by them than any mere utility or fair renown. 361. Ugly M appears to itself to be quite beautiful. It is unaware of the fact that in the eyes of the immoderate it seems coarse and insipid and consequently ugly. 362. Different NTEIR hatred. There are men who do not begin to hate until they feel UEA_K and tired. In other respects they are fair-minded and superior. Others only begin to hate when they see an opportunity for revenge. In other respects they carefully avoid both so's red and open and overlook it whenever there is any occasion for it. 363. Men of his pure hazard which plays the essential part in evilly invention, but most men do not medadle this hazard. 364. Choice of emiroxum. We should beware of living in an environment here we are neither able to maintain a dignified silence nor to express our loftier thoughts, so that only our complaints and needs and the whole story of our misery are left to be told. We thus dissatisfied with ours ahas and adle our surroundings, and to the discomfort which brings about our complaints we add the vexation which we feel at always being in the position of grumblers. But we should, on the contrary, live in a place where should be ashamed to speak of ourselves and where it would not be necessary to do however, thinks of such things, or of the choice in such things. We talk about our fate, brace up our shoulders, and sigh, unfortunate Atlas that I am. 365. Is the dread of appearing to be original. Hence it is a lack of pride, but not necessarily a lack of originality. 366. The Camille's criminal who has been found out does not suffer because of the crime he has committed, but because oft shame and annoyance caused him either by some blunder which he has made or by being deprived of his habitual element, and keen discernment is necessary to distinguish such cases. Everyone who has had much experience of prisons and reformatories is astonished at the rare instances of really genuine remorse, and still more so at the longing shown to return to the old wicked and beloved crime. 367 always appear _NQC, in the Greece of the 3rd century, philosophy had become a matter of public emulation. There mere not a few philosophers happy through the thought that others who lived according to different principles, and suffered from them, could not but feel envious of their happiness. They thought they could refute these other people with their happiness better than anything else, and to achieve this object they were content to appear to be always happy, but, following this practice, they were obliged to become happy in the long run. This, for example, was the case of the Cynics. 368. The cause of morality of increasing nervous force is _loyal and restless, the morality of diminishing nervous force towards evening, or in invalids and old people, is passive, calm, patient, and melancholy, and not rarely even gloomy. In accordance with what we may possess of one or other of these moralities, do not understand that we lack, and we often interpret it in others as immorality and weakness. 369. Usrng oneself one's fellows they are indeed, those who, in order to establish a sense of their own dignity and importance, stand in of other people horn they may tyrannize and oppress those whose powerlessness and cowardice permits someone to make sublime and all-rious gestures in their presence with impunity, so that they require the baseness of their surroundings to raise themselves for one short moment above their own baseness. For this purpose one man requires a dog, another a friend, a third a fourth a paltry, again, one very rarely to be met with, a whole age. 370. To extent the thinker is it a rule never to withhold or conceal from yourself anything that may be thought against your own thoughts. Thou it? This is the essential requirement of honest thinking. You must undertake such a campaign against yourself every day. A victory and a conquered position are no longer your concern, but that of tmth, and your defeat also is no longer your concern. 371. The evil of strength violence as the outcome of passion, for example, of rage, must be from the physiological point of view as an attempt to avoid an imminent fit of suffocation. Innumerable acts arising from animal spirits and vented upon others are simply outlets for getting rid of sudden congestion by annihilant muscular exertium, and perhaps the entire evil of strength must be considered from this point of view. This evil of strength wounds others unintentionally. It must find an outlet somewhere, while the evil of weakness wishes to and to see signs of suffering. 372. To the credit of the soon as someone is no connoisseur begins to pose as a judge we should remonstrate, whether it is a male or female whippersnapper. Enthusiasm or delight in a thing or a human being is not an argument, neither is repugnance or hatred. 373. Has no knowledge of man means in the mouth of some he does not know what baseness is, and in the mouths of others, he not know the exception and knows only well what baseness means. 374. The value of more the rights of and princes are questioned as to their right to sacrifice the individual, for example, in the administration of justice, conscription, etc., the more will the value of self-sacrifice rise. 375. Speaxmgru are several reasons why we articulate our words too distinctly. In the first place, from distrust of ourselves when using a new and unpracticed language; secondly, against others on account of their stupidity or their slowness of comprehension. The same remark applies to intellectual matters. Our communications are sometimes distinct, tco pamphlet. If it were otherwise, those to whom we communicate our ideas would not understand us. Consequently, the perfect and easy style is only permissible when addressing a perfect audience. 376. Plenty of can we do to arouse ourselves when we are weary and tired of our ego? Some recommend the gambling table, others Christianity, and others again electricity. But the best remedy, my dear hypochondriac, is, and always will plenty of sleep in the literal and figurative sense of the word. Thus another morning will at length dawn upon us. The knack of worldly wisdom is to find the proper time for applying this remedy in both its forms. 377. What we by conclude, from fantastic our deficiencies are, there also is our enthusiasm. The enthusiastic principle love your enemies had to be invented by the Jews, the best haters that ever exist, and the finest glorifications of chastity have been written by those who in their youth dissolute and licentious lives. 378. Clunhan's clean walls. Do not paint the picture either of God or the devil on your walls, for in so doing you will spoil your walls as well as your surroundings. 379. Probable woman secretly loved a man, raised him far above her, and said to herself hundreds of times in her inmost heart, if a man like that were to love me, I should upon it as a condescension before which I should have to humble myself in the dust. And the man named the same feelings towards the woman, and in his inmost heart he felt the very satiny thought. When at last both their tongues were and they had communicated their most secret thoughts to one another, a deep and meditative silence ensued. Then the woman said in a cold voice, the thing is quite clear. We are neither of us that which we loved. If you are mlat you say you are, and nothing more, then I have humbled myself in vain and loved you, the demon misled me as well as you. This very probable story never happens, and why doesn't it? 380. Tested all the means of consolation, there is none so efficacious for him who has need of it as the declaration that in his case no consolation can be given. This implies such a distinction that the amict person will at once raise his head. 381. Now ones too often forget that in the eyes of strangers who see us for the first time we are quite different beings from what consider ourselves to be. In most cases we exhibit nothing more than one particular characteristic which catches the eye of the stranger, and determines the impression we make on him. Thus the most graceful and fair-minded man, if only he has a big mustache, may, as it were, repose in the shade of this mustache, for ordinary eyes will merely see in him the accessory of a big mustache, that is to say, a military, irascible, and occasionally violent character, and will act accordingly. 382. GSS 3 diners. A dreary days, and unkind words give rise within us to conclusions like envy. Some morning we find that they have grown up in front of us we know not whence, and there they scowl at us, sullen and morose. Woe to the thinker who instead of being the gardener of his plants, is merely the soil from which they spring. 29 S 1383. The Coniety of pity. However much we may feel for an unhappy friend of ours, we always act with a sane amount of insincerity in his presence. We refrain from telling him everything think, and how we think it, with all the circumspection of a doctor standing by the bedside of a patient who is seriously ill. 384. Clowes are pusillanimous people who har a bad opinion of everything that is best in their works, and who at the same time interpret and comment upon them badly, but also, by a kind of revenge, they entertain a bad opinion of the sympathy of others, and do not belie in sympathy at all. They are ashamed to appear to carried away from themselves, and feel a defiant comfort in appearing or becoming ridiculous. States of soul like these are to found in melancholy artists. 385. Vain people we are like shop windows, where our sellers are constantly arranging, concealing, or setting in the foreground those supposed qualities which others attribute to us in order to ourselves. 386. Pathetic may be a very vulgar habit to let no opportunity slip of assuming a pathetic air for the sake of enjoyment to experienced in imagining the striking his breast and feeling himself too small and miserable. Consequently it may also be the indication of a noble mind to make of pathetic situations, and to behave in an undignified manner in them. The 011 warlike nobilier of France that kind of distinction and delicacy. 387. A reflection before she loved me, what a burden she would be to me in the long run. And supposing that she did not lure me, what a much greater burden she would to me in the long run. We have to between two different kinds of burdens, therefore let us marry. 388. Rascality / Vitha is exceedingly annoying to be cheated in small bargains in sanane countries in the Tyrol, for example, because, in addition to the bad bargain, we are compelled to accept the evil countenance and coarse greediness of the man who has cheated us, together with his bad conscience and his hostile feeling against us. At Venice, on the other hand, the cheater is highly delighted at his successful one fraud, and is not in the least angry the man he has cheated. Na3, he is inclined to show him some kindness, and above all to have a healthy laugh with him if he likes. Ln Shan one must possess it and a good conscience in order to be a knave, and this will almost reconcile the cheated one with the cheat. 12. 389 There people who are too awkward to be polite and amiable promptly endeavor to redeem an act of politeness by an important service, or by a contribution beyond their power. It is touching to see them timidly producing their gold coins when others have offered them their gilded kopus. 390 HDNG Once we surprise someone in the act of hiding his intelligence from us, call him ENI1, the more so if we suspect that it is his civility and benevolence which have induced him to do so. 391 The ULNIOMET lively dispositions only lie for a moment, after this they have deceived themselves, and are convinced. And 392 The condition of is of a good thing, and really one of the four chief virtues, although the last, but in order that it may not result in our becoming tiresome to one another, the person with whom I have to deal must be either 1 degree more or less polite than I, viz. we should never get on, and the ointment would not only anoint us, but would cement us together. 393 Xengerus forgets nothing, but forgives he shall be doubly detested, for he causes us double shame by his memory and his magnanimity. 394 Without people think little of how others may think, their state of mind raises them vanity. 395 Some thinkers the contemplative state peculiar to a thinker is always the consequence of a state of fear, in others always of desire. In the former, contemplation thus seems allied to the feeling of security, in the latter to the feeling of surfeit. In other UMDS, the former are spirited in their rened, the latter oversatiated and neutral. 396 One is hunting for agreeable truths, the other for disagreeable ones. But even the former takes greater pleasure in the hunt than in the booty. 397 Is a continuation of procreatico and very often a kind of supplementary varnishing of it. 398 How to recognize the two persons who are struggling together, or who love and admire one another, the more choleric always be at a disadvantage. The same remark applies to nations. 399 Men have the possible right to act in this or that way, but as they begin to excuse their actions no longer believe that they are right and we are mistaken. 400 Mal are tender, moral natures who are ashamed of all their successes and feel remorse after evil failure. 401 Dangerous begin by unlearning to love others, and end by finding nothing lovable in ourselves. 402 Obtain their form of remain a minute long on red hot coals and to be burnt a little does no harm either to men or to chestnuts. The slight bitterness and hardness makes the kernel all the sweeter. Yes, this is your opinion, you who enjoy the taste. You sublime cannibals. 403 Different pride women turn pale at the thought that their lover may not be worthy of them. Men turn pale at the thought that they may not be worthy of the meomen they I speak of perfect mem. Such men, who are self-reliant and conscious of power at ordinary times, grow diffident and doubtful all of themselves when under the influence of a strong passion. Such on the other hand, though always icoking upon themselves as the UEA_K and devoted sex, become proud and conscious of their power in the great exception of Ask, who then is wold thy off. 404 When do men are unable to feel enthusiasm for a great and God cause without committing a great injustice in some other quarter, this is their kind of moral. 405 Love of luxury is in the depths of a man's hien, it shows that the superfluous and irnkend rate is the sea wherein his soul prefers to float. 406 To him who wishes to kill his opponent first consider a hather by doing so he will not immortalis him in himself. 407 Agms rol. Are the tmth which have to utter goes against our character as very often happens vve as if we had uttered a clumsy false head, and thus rouse suspicion. 408 Where a great deal of GATLAISIS natures have only the choice of being either public evildoers or secret sorrow irrors _409. Illness R2RA cone the premature approach of old age, ugliness, and pessimistic opinions, three things that always go together. 410 Timid people LT is the awkward and timid people who easily murderers, they do not understand slight but sufficient means of defense or revenge, and their hatred, owing to their lack of intelligence and presence of mind, can conceive of no other expedient than destruction. 411 Without wish to bid farewell to your passion? Very well, but do so without hatred against it. Otherwise you have a passion. The soul of the Christian who has freed himself from sin is generally mined afterwards by the hatred for sin. Just coke at the faces of the great Christians. They are the faces of great haters. 412. INGEB 110 US can appreciate nothing beyond himself, and when he wishes to appreciate other people he must always begin by transforming them into himself. In this, however, he is ingenious. 413 Private A. Public closely the accuser and inquirer, or he reveals his TME character, and it is not rare for this to a worse character than that of the victim whose crime he is investigating. The accuser believes in all innocence that the of a crime and criminal must be by nature of good character, or at least must appear as such, and this is why he lets himself go, that is to say, he drops his mask. 414. V0LLNSRRRR is a kind of enthusiastic and extreme devotion to a person or a party which reveals that in our inmost hearts we feel ourselves superior to this son or party, and for this reason we fell indignant with ourselves. We blind ours ahas, as it were, of our own free will to punish our eyes for having seen much. 415 Ren 80 wars. That old radical Readnetti for love is now in most cases as it always was, in return. 416 Where is worst who can honor his own affairs well, and this that he can do so, is as a rule conciliatory towards his adversary. But to believe that have right on our side, and to know that we are incapable of defending it, this gives rise to a fierce and implacable hatred against the opponent of our cause. Let every one judge accordingly where his worst enemies are to sought. 417. The limits of men may certainly have attained that humility which says credo cauda absurdum est, and sacrifices its reason, but, so far as I know, not one has attained to that humility which after all is only one step or the, and which says credo cauda absurdus sum. 418 ACTMG The truth many a man is thankful, not because he would ashamed to exhibit hypocritical feelings, but because he would not succeed veliul in inducing others to believe in his hypocrisy. In a word, he has no confidence in his talent as an actor, and therefore prefers honestly to act the truth. 419 Kalrika ma party the sheep say to their bellwether, only lead us, and we shall never lack courage to follow you, but the poor bellwether thinks in his heart, only follow me, and I shall never lack courage to lead you. 420. Cunning of the victinelle. What a sad cunning there is in the mish to deceive ourselves with respect to the person for whom we have sacrificed ourselves, when give him an opportunity in which he must appear to us as we should wish him to be. 30s 421. Through our men do not wish to be sen except through the eyes of others, a wish which implies a great deal of wisdom. 422. Making others is the fact of our making others happy more gratifying to us than all other pleasures, because in so doing we gratify 50 cravings at one time. Taken separately they called, perhaps, be very small pleasures, but when put into one hand, that hand will be aller than ever before, and the heart also. 423. In the great is the sea. Here may we forget the town, it is TME that its bells are still ringing the Angelus, that solemn and foolish yet sweet sound at the junction between day and night. But one moment more. Now all is silent. Yonder lies the ocean, pale and brilliant, it cannot speak. The sky is glistening with its eternal mute evening hues, red, yellow, and green, it cannot speak. The small cliffs and rocks stretch out into the sea as if each one of them were endeavoring to find the loneliest. Two are dumb. Beautiful and a wild one indeed is this vast silence, which so suddenly overcomes us and makes our hearts alas. What deceit lies in this dumb beauty? How well could it speak, and how evilly, too, if it wished. Its tongue, tie up and fastened, and its face of suffering happiness, all this is but malice. Sing at your sympathy, be it so. I do not feel ashamed to be the plaything of such, but I pity thee, O nature, thou must be silent, even though it be only malice that binds thy tongue. Nay, I pity thee for the sake of thy malice. Alas! The silence deepens, and once again my health swells within me. It is startled by a fresh truth. Tw is dumb. It likewise sneers when the mouth calls out something to this beauty. It also enjoys the sweat malice of its silence. I come to hate speaking, yeah, even thinking. Behind every I utter, do one not hear the laughter of error, imagination, and insanity? Must I not laugh at my pea and nuxk my own mockery? O sea, O evening, ye are bad teachers. Ye teach man how to cease to a man. Is he to give himself up to you? Shall he, as you now are, pale, brilliant, dumb, immense, calmly upon himself px one ted above himself? 424 For the truth Iasras up to the present time errors have been the power most fruitful in consolations. Now expect the same effects from accepted TMTHS, and we hail been waiting rather too long for them. What if these truths could not give us this consolation are looking for? Would that an argument against then? What have these truths in common with the sick condition of suffering and degenerate men that they should usel one to them? It is, of course, no against the TMTH of a plant when it is clearly established that it not contribute in any way to the recovery of sick people. Formerly, however, people were so that man was the ultimate end of nature, that that knowledge could reveal nothing that was not beneficial and useful to man, nay, there could not, should not any other things in existence. Perhaps all this leads to the conclusion that TMTH as an enta and a coherent whole exists only for those natures who, like Aristotle, are at once powerful and harmless, joyous and peaceable, just as none but these would be in a to seek such TMTHs, for the others sek. Renettes for themselves, however proud they may be of their intellect and its freecloro, they do not seek truth. Hence it comes about that these others take no real joy in science, but reproach it for its coldness, dryness, and inhumanity. This is the judgment of sick people about the games of the healthy. Even the Greek gods were unable to administer consolation, and when at length the entire Greek world fell ill, this was a reason for the destruction of such gods. 425 We gods NQ to errors regarding their descent, their uniqueness, their mission, and by claims based upon these errors, men har again and again surpassed themselves. But through these same errors the UMLD has filled with unspeakable suffering, mutual persecution, suspicion, misunderstanding, and an earned greater amount of individual misery. Men have become suffering creatures in consequence of their morals, and the sum total of what they have obtained by those morals is simply the feeling that they are far too good and great for this UMLD, and that they are enjoying merely a transitory existence on it. As yet the proud sufferer is the highest type of mankind. 426. The colorblind s of differently from us the Greeks must have viewed nature, since, as cannot help admitting, they were quite colorblind in regard to blue and green, believing the former to be a deeper brune, and the latter to be yellow. Thus, for instance, they used the same word to describe the color of dark hair, of the cornflower, and the southern sea, and again they employed exactly the same expression for the color of the greenest herbs, the human skin, honey, and yellow raisins, whence it follows that their greatest painters reproduced the QRLD they loved in only in black, white, red, and yellow. How different and how much nearer to mankind! Therefore, must nature have seemed to them, since in their eyes the tints of mankind predominated also in nature, and nature was, as it were, floating in the colored ether of humanity. Blue and green more than anything else dehumanous nature. It is this defati which developed the plial facility that characterized the Greeks of seeing the phenomena of nature as gods and denly gods, that is to say, as human forms. Let this, however, merely save as a simile for another. Every thinker paints his world and the things that surround him in fewer colors than really exist, and he is blind to colors. This is something more than a mere deficiency. Thanks to this nearer approach and simplification, He imagines he sees in things those harmonies of colors which possess a great charm, and may greatly enrich nature. Perhaps, indeed, it was in this way that men first learned to take delight in viewing existence, owing to its being first of all presented to them in one or two shades, and consequently harmonized. They practiced these few shades, so to speak, before they could pass on to any more. And even now sane individuals endeavor to get rid of a partial color blindness that they may obtain a richer faculty of sight and discernment, in the course of which they find that they not only discover new pleasures, but are also obliged to lose and give up some of their former ones. 427. They embelly *mmrr of the same way that the feeling that nature is ugly, v.ild, must embellish it, embellir law about horticulture, so says the view that science is ugly, difficult, dry, dreary, and weary, we must embellish it, invariably gives rise to something called philosophy. This philosophy sets out to do what all alt and psetri endeavor to do, viz., giving amusement above all else, but it wishes to do this, in conformity with its hereditary pride, in a higher and more sublime fashion before an audience of superior intellects. It is no small ambition to create for these intellects a kind of horticulture, the principal charm of which, like that of the usual gardening, is to bring about an optical illusion, by means of temples, perspective, grottos, winding walks, and waterfalls, to speak in similes, exhibiting science in a condensed form and in all kinds of strange and unexpected illuminations, infusing into it as much indecision, irrationality, and dreaminess as enable us to walk in it as in savage nature, but without trouble and be them those are possessed of this ambition even dream of making religion among men of former time serst as the highest kind of entertainment. All this is nowing its course, and one day attain its highest tide. Even now hostile voices are being raised against philosophy, exclaiming, return to science, to nature, and the naturalness of science, and thus an age may begin may discover the most powerful beauty precisely in the savage and ugly domains of science, just as it is only since the time of Rousseau that we have discovered the sense for the beauty of high mountains. And 428. Turo kmns of se a law of nature for the first time, and to see it whole, for example, the law of gravity or the reflection of light and sound, and afterwards to explain such a law, are different things and can see different classes of minds. In the same way, those moralists observe and exhibit human laws and habits. Moralists with discriminating ears, noses, and eyes differ entirely from those who interpret their observations. These latter must be all inventive, and must an imagination uncharnelled by sagacity. And 31 knowledge. 429. The new passion. Why do we fear and dread a possible return to barbarism? Is it because it would make people less happy than they are now? Certainly not. The barbarians of all ages possessed more happiness than we do. Let us not deceive ourselves on this. Our impulse towards knowledge is too vividly developed. To allow us to value happiness without knowledge, or the happiness of a strong and fixed delusion. It is painful to us even to imagine such a state of things. Our restless pursuit of discoveries and divinations has become for us as attractive and indispensable as hapless love to the lover, which on no account would he exchange for indifference. Nay, perhaps we, are hapless lovers. Knowledge within us has developed into a passion, which does not shrink from any sacrifice, and at bottom fears nothing but its own extinction. We sincerely believe that all humanity, weighed down as it is by the burden of this, are bound to fall more exalted and comforted than formerly, and they had not yet overcome the longing for the coarser satisfaction which accompanies barbarism. It may be that mankind may perish eventually from this passion for knowledge, but even that does not daunt us. Did Christianity e'er shrink from a similar thought? Are not love and death brother and sister? Yes, detest all prefer that humanity should perish rather than that knowledge should enter into a stage of retrogression. And, finally, if mankind does not perish through some passion, it will perish through some weakness, would prefer? This is the main question. Do we wish its end to be in fire and light, or in the sands? 430 Lycaeus do things of the worst possible things of which scarcely dare to speak but which are nevertheless useful and necessary, is also heroic. The Greeks were not ashamed of numbering even the cleansing of a stable among the great tasks of Hercules. 431 The opinions of order to measure the natural subtlety or weakness of even the cleverest heads, must consider the manner in which they take up and reproduce the opinions of their adversaries, for the natural measure of any intellect is thereby revealed. The perfect sage involuntarily idealizes his and frees his inconsistencies from all defects and accidentalities. He only takes up arms against him when he has thus turned his opponent into a goggle with shining weapons. 432. Mrvestigator atapti. There is no exclusive method of knowing in science. We must deal with things tentatively, treating them by turns harshly or justly, passionately or coldly. One investigator deals with things like a policeman, another like a confessor, and yet a third like an inquisitive traveler. We force something from them now by sympathy and now by violence. The one is urged onward and to see clearly by the veneration which the secrets of the things inspire in him, and the other again by the indiscretion and malice met with in the explanation of his secrets. We investigators, like all conquerors, explorers, navigators, and adventurers, are men of a daring morality, and must put up our liability to be in the main looked upon as evil. 433. Seeing that by the term beauty in art is always implied the imitation of something that is happy, and this I consider to be true according as an age or a people or a great autocratic individuality represents happiness, then is disclosed by the so-called realism of our RN and N artists in regard to the happiness of our epoch. It is undoubtedly its type of beauty which we now understand most easily and enjoy best of any. As a consequence, we are induced to belie that this happiness which is now peculiar to us is on realism, on the sharpest possible senses, and on the TME conception of the actual, that is to say, not upon reality, but upon what we know of reality. The results of science have already gained so much in depth and extent that the artists of our century have involuntarily the glorifiers of scientific blessings. Se 434. Regions are subjects for great landscape painters, remarkable and rare regions for inferior painters, for the great things of nature and humanity must intercede in favor of their little, dicre, and vain admirers, whereas the great man intercedes in favor of unassuming things. 435. Not to perish is not only once but continuously that our excellence and greatness are constantly crumbling away, the weeds that grow among everything and cling to everything mean all that is great in us, the richness of our surroundings, which always to merloque and which is before our eyes at every hour of the day, the innumerable little of mean and petty feelings which we allow to grow up all about us, in our office, among our companions, or our daily, if we permit these small reds to escape our notice, we shall perish through them. If you must perish, then do so immediately and suddenly, for in that case you ill perhaps their proud men spimmed you. And not, as is now to be feared, merely molehills, covered with grass and weeds, these petty and miserable conquerors, as humble as ever, and too touched even to triumph. 436. Are confronted with a very bitter and pain-filled dilemma, for the solution of which not every one's bravery and character are equal, when, as passengers on board a steamer, we discover that the captain and the helmsman are making dangerous mistakes, and that are their superiors in nautical science, and then we ask ourselves, what would happen if we organized a mutiny against them, and made them both prisoners? Is it not our duty to do so in view of our superiority? And would not they in their turn be justified in putting us in irons for encouraging disobedience? This is a simile for higher and worse situations, and the final question to be decided is, what guarantees our superiority and our faith in ourselves in such a case? Success. But in order to do that we must do the very thing in which all the danger lies, not only dangerous for ourselves, but also for the ship. 437 Man who really owns himself, that is to say, he who has finally conquered himself, regards it as his own right to punish, to pardon, or to pity himself. He not concede this privilege to anyone, though he may freely bestow it upon someone else, a Fresnel for example, but he knows that in doing this he is conferring a right, and that rights can only conferred by one who is in possession of power. 438 4L4N And things. Why the man not see the things? He himself is in the way, he conceals the things. 439. Characteristics of are two things common to all sensations of happiness, a prophy_usion of feelings, accompanied by animal spirits, so that, like the fishes, we feel ourselves to be in our element and play about in it. Christians v.ill understand mlat Christian exuberance means. 440. Never the world without knowing it, like a nun, results in a fruitless and perhaps melancholy solitude. This has nothing in common with the solitude of the vita contemplativa of the thinker. When he chooses this form of solitude he wishes to renounce nothing, but he would on the contrary regard it as a renunciation, a melancholy destruction of his own self, if he were obliged to continue in the vita practica. He forgoes this latter because he knows it, because he knows himself. So he jumps into his water, and thus gains his chirus. 441. Why the nearest things become more distant for use. The more we give up our minds to all that has been and will be, the paler v.ill become that which actually is. Ilmen we live myth the dead and participate in their death, aha are our neighbors to us? We grow lonelier simply the entire flood of humanity is surging round about us. The fire that burns within us, and glows for all that is human, is continually increasing and hence look upon everything that surrounds us as if it had become more indifferent, more our cold glance is offensive. 442. The rule always appears to me to be more interesting than the exception. Whoever thinks thus has made considerable progress in knowledge, and is one of the initiated. 443. On education I har gradually come to see daylight in regard to the most general default in our methods of education and training. Nobody learns, nobody teaches, nobody wishes, to endure solitude. 444. Surprise at we have reached the point of being able to see through a thing we belie or that henceforth it can offer us no fin the resistance, and then we are surprised to find that we can see through it and yet cannot penetrate through it. This is the same kind of surprise as that of the fly on a pane of glass. 445. Where the noblest are give someone at length our dearest and most valued, and then lore has nothing more to give, but the recipient of the gift will certainly not consider it as his dearest possession, and will consequently be wanting in that frill and complete gratitude which we expect from him. 446. And foremost, there are the superficial thinkers, and secondly the profound thinkers such as dir into the depths of a thing. Thirdly, the thorough thinkers, who get tooth of a thing which is of much greater importance than merely diving into its depths, and, finally, those leap head foremost into the marsh, though this must not be looked upon as indicating either depth or thoroughness. These are the lovers of. 447. An elkster abd cautioning his pupils against himself, the teacher shows his humanity. 448. Honoring can we look at this exulting multitude tears and acquiescence. At one time we thought little of the object of their, and we should still think so if we ourselves had not come through a similar experience. And what may these experiences lead us to? What are our opinions? In order that may not lose ourselves and our reason we must fly from experiences. It was thus that Plato fled from actuality, and was shy to contemplate things only in their pale mental concepts. He was frill of sensitiveness, and knew how easily the waves of this sensitiveness drown his reason. Must the sage therefore say, I will honor reality, but I v.ill at the same time turn my back to it because I know and dread it? Ought he to, as inane African tribes do in the presence of their whom they approach backwards, thus showing their reverence at the same time as their dread? 449. Where are the poor? How greatly it goes against my grain to impose my own thoughts upon others. How I rejoice over every and secret change within me as the result of the thoughts of others are victorious over my. 11. But from time to time I enjoy an even greater satisfaction, when I am allowed to give away my intellectual possessions, like the confessor sitting in his box and anxiously awaiting the arrival of some person who stands in need of consolation, and will be only glad to relate the full misery of his thoughts, so that the listener's hand and heart will once again filled, and the troubled soul eased. Not only has the confessor no desire for renown, he called fain shun gratitude as for it is obmc /e, and does not stand in oe of solitude or silence. But to one ir without a name, and even to be slightly sneered at, to obscure to arouse envy or enmity, it the head free from fever, a handle of knowledge, and a pocket full of experience, as it were, of the poor in spirit, helping this one or that one whose head is troubleth opinions, without the latter perceiving who has actually helped him. Without any desire to appear to be in the right in the presence of his patient, or to carry off a victory. To speak to him in such a way that, after a shun and almost imperceptible hint or the listener may find out for himself hate is right and proudly walk away. To be like an obscure and unnoved n in tums no one away who is in need, but which is aftenvards forgotten and laughed at. To without any advantages over others neither better nor purer air, nor a more cheerful mind but always to be giving away, returning, communicating, and becoming to know how to humble in order to be accessible to many people and humiliating to none. To take a great deal of injustice on his shoulders and creep through the cracks and crannies of all kinds of errors, in order that we may reach many obscure souls on their paths. Ever in possession of some kind of love, and some kind of egoism and self-enjoyment. In possession of power, and yet at the same time hidden and resigned. Constantly basking in the sunshine and sweetness of grace, and yet knowing that quite near to us stands the ladder leading to the sublime, that would life. That would indeed a reason for a long life. The temptations of glance through the gate of science acts upon passionate spirits as the charm of charms. They will probably become dreamers, or in the most favorable cases poets, so great is their desire for the happiness of the man who can discern. Does it not enter into all your senses, this note of sweet temptation by which science has announced its joyful one message in 1,000 ways, and in the 1,001st way, the noblest of all, begone illusion. For then woe is me also vanished, and with it itself is gone. Marcus Aurelius, for a court jester is who are very very good, and very powerful scarcely ever learn the all and naked tmth about in their presence we involuntarily lie a little, because feel their influence, and in view of this influence convey a tmth in the form of an adaptation, by falsifying the shades and degrees of facts, by omitting or adding details, and withholding that which is insusceptible of adaptation. If, however, in spite of all this, people of this description insist upon hearing the tmth, they must keep account jester a being with the madman's privilege of being unable to adapt himself. 452. Is a certain degree of impatience in men of thought and action, which in cases of Hillier at once drives them to the opposite camp, induces them to take a great interest in it, and to give themselves up to new undertakings until here again the slowness of their success drives them away. Thus they rove about, like so many reckless adventurers, through the practices of many kingdoms and natures, and in the end, as the result of their wide knowledge of men and things, acquired by their unheard of travel and practice, and with a certain moderation of their craving, they become powerful practical men. Hence a defect in character may become the of genius. 453. Amal is now in a position to that will one day supplant moral feelings and judgments. However certain we may be that these are founded on error, and that the building erected upon such foundations cannot be repaired, their obligation must gradually diminish from day to day, in so far as the obligation of reason does not diminish. To carry out the task of re-establishing the laws of life and action is still beyond the of our sciences of physiology and medicine, society and solitude, though it is only from them that we can borrow the foundation stones of new ideals, but not the ideals themselves. Thus we live a preliminary or after existence, according to our tastes and talents, and the we can do in this interregnum is to be as much as possible our own regis dollar and to establish small experimental states. We are experiments, if we want to so. 454. A book like this is not intended to be read through at once, or to read aloud. It is intended more particularly for reference, especially on our walks and travels. We must take it up and put it down again on a short reading, and, more especially, we ought not to be amongst our usual surroundings. 455. The Prinla nature as we are now brought up, we begin by a Kutrimga secondary nature, and it when the world calls us mature, of age, Fcnt a few have sufficient of the serpent about them to cast this skin some day, when their primary nature has come to maturity under it but in the majority of people the germ of it withers away. 456 A virtue in paces of assertions and promises as those oft ancient philosophers on the unity of nim and felicity, or that of Christianity, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you, have never been made with absolute sincerity, but always without a bad conscience nevertheless. People were in the habit of boldly laying down principles which they wish to true exactly as if they higher tmth itself, in spite of all appearances to the contrary, and in doing this they felt neither religious nor moral compunction, for it was in honorum of virtue or of God that one had gone beyond truth without, however, any selfish intention. Many good people still act up to this degree of truthfulness, and they fell unselfish they think it permissible to treat truth more lightly. Let it be remembered that the word honest is neither to be found among the Socratic nor the Christian virtues. It is one of our most recent name, not yet quite mature, frequently misconstrued, and scarcely conscious of itself something in embryo, which you may either promote or check according to our inclination. 457. Final are some men who fire like the digger after hidden treasures, they quite accidentally discover the preserved sozerates of another's soul, and as a result come into the possession of knowledge which it is often a heavy burden to bear. In certain circumstances we may know the living and the dead, and sound their inmost thoughts to such an extent that it painful to us to speak to others them, at every we utter we are afraid of being indiscreet. I can easily imagine a sudden silence on the part oft wisest historian. 458. The great is a very rare thing, but a very delightful one, viz. The man adel and nobly formed who incesses at the same time the character and inclinations, and even meets with the experiences, suited to such an intellect. 459. The of the Rousseau and Schopenhauer were proud enough to inscribe upon their lives the motto, Vitam temperaverum, and how they both must have suffered in their pride because they could not succend in verum impenderas, such as each of them it's when their lives ran side by side if their knowledge like an uncouth basuhak is not in tune if the melody. Knowledge, however, would be in a bad way if it were measured out to every thinker only in proportion as it can be adapted to his own person. And thinkers would in a bad way if their vanity were so great that they could only endure such an adaptation. For the noblest virtue of a great thinker is his magnanimity, which urges him on in his search for knowledge to sacrifice himself and his life unshrinkingly, one and shamefully, and one and with sublime scorn, and smiling. 460 Utilisnk, hours of dingy those men and conditions whose every movement may mean danger to our possessions, honor, and life, and to those most dear to us, we shall naturally learn to know thoroughly. Tiberius, for instance, must have meditated much more deeply on the character and methods of government of the Emperor Augustus, and must have known far more about them than even the nicest historian. At the present day we all live, relatively speaking, in a secura which is much great to make us psychologists. Some survey their fellow men as a hobby, others out of ennui, and others again merely from habit, but never to the extent they could do if they were told discern or perish. As long as TMTHs do not cut us to the quick we assume an attitude of contempt towards them, they still appear to us much like the winged dreams, as if we could or could not har them at our discretion, as if we could likewise be aroused from these truths as from a dream. Hic rhodes, hic salta our music, which can and must change into everything, like the demon of the sea, it has no character of its own. This music in former times devoted its attention to the Christian savant, and his ideals into sounds. Why cannot it likewise find those brighter, more cheerful, and universal sounds that correspond to the ideal thinker, a music which could rock itself at ease in the vast floating vaults of the soul? So far our music has been so great and so good, nothing seemed impossible to it. May it therefore prove to create these three sensations at one time, sublimity, deep and warm light, and rapture of the greatest possible consistency. 462 Slow illnesses of the soul, like those of the body, are very rarely due to one gross offense against physical and mental reason, but as a general mle they arise from innumerable and petty negligences of a minor order. A man, for example, whose breathing a trifle weaker every day, and whose lungs, by inhaling too little air, are deprived of their proper amount of exercise, will end by being struck down by some chronic disease of the lungs. The only remedy for cases like these is a countless number of minor exercises of a contrary tendency, making it a rule, for example, to take a long and deep breath every quarter of an hour, lying flat on the ground if possible. For this purpose a clockwork strikes the quarters should chosen as a lifelong companion. All these remedies are slow and trifling, but yet the man who wishes to cure his soul will carefully consider a change, even in his least important habits. Many a man will utter a cold and angry word to his surroundings 10 times a day without thinking about it, and he will forget that after a few years it will become a regular habit with him to put his surroundings out of temper 10 times a day. But he can also acquire the habit of doing good to them 10 times. 463 On the seventh praise this as my creation? But one have only put aside what was a burden to me. My soul is above the vanity of creators. You praise this as my resignation? But one have only stripped myself of what had become burdensome. My soul is above the vanity of the resigned ones. 464 The donor's modesty _ there is such a want of generosity in always posing as the donor and showing one's face and doing so. But to give and at the same time to conceal one's name and favor. Or not to have a name at all, like nature, in whom this fact is more refreshing to us than anything else. Here at last no more naed with the giver and bestower, no more with the gracious is tme that you have now forfeited even this comfort, for you have placed it in this nature and now everything is once again fettered and oppressed. Well, are never to have the right of remaining alone with ourselves? Are always to watched, guarded, surrounded by leading strings and gifts? If there is always someone round about us, the best part of courage and kindness ever remain impossible of attainment in this. Are we not tempted to fly to hell before this continual obsessiveness, this /idable supernatural neighbor? Never mind, it was only a dream, let us wake up. 465 At a meeting. What are you looking at? You have been standing here for a very long time. Be always the new and the old over again. The helplessness of a thing urges me on to plunge into it so deeply that one end by penetrating to its deepest depths, and perceive that in reality it is not worth so very much. At the end of all experiences of this kind we met with a kind of sorrow and stupor. I experience this on a small scale several times a day. 466 A loss of renown. What an advantage it is to be able to speak as a stranger to mankind. When they take away our anonymity, and make us famous, the goggles deprive us of half our virtue. Doubly doing this you will hunt many know that, and I also know that I shall have to suffer for it doubly, in the first place out of pity for their suffering, and secondly from the revenge they will take on me. But in spite of this I cannot help doing I do. 468 The of beauty is greater we move about in nature, cunning and cheerful. In order that we may surprise everything in the beauty peculiar to it, we make an effort, whether in sunshine or under a stormy sky, to see a distant part of the coast with its rocks, bays, and olive and pine trees under an aspect in which it achieves its perfection and consummation _ Thus also should walk about on long men as their discoverers and explorers, meting out to them good and evil in order that we may unveil the peculiar beauty which is seen with some in the sunshine, in others under thunder clouds, or myth others again only in light and under a rainy sky. Are we then forbidden to enjoy the evil man like some savage which possesses its own bold and daring lines and luminous effects, while this satiny man, so long as he well, and in conformity with the law, appears to us to an error of drawing, and a mere caricature which offends us like a defect in nature? Yes, this is forbidden, for as yet we have only been permitted to seek beauty in anything that is morally. This is sufficient to explain why we have found so little and have been compelled to look for beauty without either flesh or the same way as evil men are familiar innumerable kinds of happiness which the virtuous never dream of, we may also find among them innumerable types of beauty, many of them as yet undiscovered. 469 The of the sage. The ungrinding progress of the sage, in the words of the Buddhist song, wanders lonely like the rhinoceros, now and again stands in need of proofs of a conciliatory and softened humanity, and not only proofs of those accelerated steps, those polite and blithe witticisms, not only of humor and a senane self-mockery, but likewise of contradictions and occasional returns to the predominating inconsistencies. In order that he may not resemble the heavy roller that rolls along like fate, the sage who wishes to teach must take advantage of his devotees, and utilize them for his own adornment, and when saying despise me he will implore permission to be the advocate of a presumptuous truth. The sage wishes to lead you to the mountains, and he will perhaps endanger your life, therefore as the price of his enjoyment he willingly authorizes you to take your revenge either before or afterwards on such a guide. Do you remember what thoughts came into your head mean he once led you to a gloomy cave over a slippery path? Your dismal heart beat rapidly, and said inwardly, this guide might surely do something then crawl here. He is one of those idle people who are ill of curiosity. Is it not doing him too much honor to appear to attach any value at all to him by following him? 474 L4V At the happy we are when our fai like the birds by the hand of someone who throws them their crumbs without examining them closely, or inquiring into their worthiness. To lure like a bird mlich comes and flies away, and days not carry its name on its beak. I take great pleasure in satisfying my appetite at the banquet of the many. 471. Obtender of love for one's Najalu. Everything that is agitated, noisy, fiddle, and nervous forms a contrast to the great passion which, glove-dotting in the heart of man like a quiet and glumly flame, and gathering it all that is flaming and ardent, gives to man the appearance of coldness and indifference, and stamps a certain impassiveness on his features. Such men are occasionally capable of showing their lore for their neighbor, but this love is different from that of sociable people who are anxious to please. It is a mild, contemplative, and calm amiability. These people, as it were, look out of the windows of the castle which saves them as a stronghold, and consequently as a prison, for the outlook into the far distance, the open air, and a different world is so pleasant for them. 472 Not justifns 1 Self. But why are you not willing to $dollar yourself? I could do it in this instance, as in dozens of others, but one despise the pleasure which lies in justification, for all that matters little to me, and I would rather bear a stained reputation than give those petty folks the spiteful pleasure of saying, he takes these things very seriously. This is not true. Perhaps I ought to have more consideration for myself, and 10-0 upon it as a duty to rectify erroneous opinions myself. I am too indifferent and indolent regarding myself, and consequently also regarding everything that is brought through my agency. 473. Where to be one's fell great and productive in solitude, society, and isolate you, and vice versa. A powerful mildness such as that of this feeling takes possession of you. There build your house, either in the midst of the multitude, or on some silent spot. Lti pater sum, ibi patria. 474. The onivans dialectic is the only means of reaching the divine essence, and penetrating behind the rill of this declaration of Plato in regard to dialectic is as solemn and passionate as that of Schopenhauer in regard to the contrary of dialectic, and both are wrong. For that to which they wish to point out the way to us not exist. And so far have not all the great passions of mankind been passions for something non-existent, and all their ceremonies for something non-existent. Also. 475. Becoming know him not, whatever weights he may attach to himself he will nevertheless be able to raise them all with him. But you, judging from the weak flapping of your own wings, come to the conclusion that he wishes to remain below, merely he burden himself with those weights. 476 At the harvest of the is a daily increase and accumulation of experiences, events, opinions upon these experiences and events, and dreams. These opinions a boundless and delightful display of wealth. Its aspect dazzles the eyes. I can no longer understand how the poor in spirit can be called blessed. Occasionally, however, one envy them when I are tired, for the superintendence of such vast wealth is no easy task, and its weight frequently crushes all happiness. One as, If only the mere sight of it were sufficient. If only we could misers of our knowledge. 477 Friedrich Nietzsche Scepticism. Some men emerge from a general moral scepticism bad-tempered and fable, corroded, and even partly consumed, but I on the other hand, more courageous and healthier than air, and if my instincts conquered once more. Where a strong wind blows, where the waves are rolling angrily, and here more than usual danger is to be faced, there I feel happy. I did not become although I often had to work and dig like a worm. You have just ceased to be a sceptic, for you deny, and in doing so I have learned to say again. 478 Let us pass by spare him. Leave him in his solitude. Do you wish to crush him down entirely? He cracked like a glass into which some hot liquid was poured suddenly, and he was such a precious glass. 479 Love our love we have dire offenders against tmth, and even habitual dissimulators and thieves, who give out more things as tme than seem to us to be tme. On this account the thinker must from time to time drive away those whom he iors, not necessarily those who love him, so that they may show their sting and wickedness, and cease to tempt him. Consequently the kindness of the thinker will have its waning and waxing. 480. Matter how your experience may be, any one not fell well towards you will find in this experience some pretext for despairing you. You may undergo the greatest possible revolutions of mind and knowledge, and at length, with the melancholy smile of the convalescent, you may be able to step out into freedom and bright stillness, and yet someone will say, this fellow looks upon his illness as an argument, and takes his impotence to a prtnf of the inlientancy of all others. He is vain enough to fall ill that he may viol the superiority of sufferer, and if somebody were to break the chains that bound him down, and wounded himself severely in doing so, someone else would point at him mockingly and cry, how awkward he is. There is a man who had got accustomed to his chains, and yet he is enough to burst them asunder. 481 TiVo we compare Kant and Schopenhauer, Adel, Plato, Spinoza, Pascal, Rousseau, and Goethe, with reference to their souls and not their intellects, we shall see that the two first named thinkers are at a disadvantage. Their thoughts do not constitute a passionate history of their souls. We are not led to expect in them romance, crises, catastrophes, or death struggles. Their thinking is not at the same time the involuntary biography of a soul, but in the case of Kant merely of a head, and in the case of again merely the description and reflection of a character, the invariable, and the pleasure which this reflection causes, that is to say, the pleasure of meeting Ethan of the first order. Kant, when he shimmers through his thoughts, appears to us as an honest and honorable man in the best sense of the words, but like Aius as an insignificant one. He is wanting in breadth and power, he had not come through many experiences, and his method of working did not allow him sufficient time to undergo experiences. Of course, in speaking of experiences, I do not refer to the ordinary external events of life, but to those fatalities and convulsions which in the course of the most solitary and quiet life which has some leisure and glows Adel the passion for thinking. Schopenhauer has at all events one advantage over him, for he at least was distinguished by a certain fierce ugliness of disposition, which showed itself in hatred, desire, vanity, and suspicion. He was of a rather more ferocious and had both time and leisure to indulge this ferocity. But he lacked development. Mlich was also wanting in his range of thought, he had no history. 482. Seek big ones we then looking for much hen we seek the company of men who hail ground mild, agreeable to the taste, and nutritive, like chestnuts which have been put into the fire and taken out just at the right moment. Of men who expect little from life, and prefer to accept this little as a present rather than as a merit of their as if it were carried to them by birds and bees. Of men who are too proud ever to feel themselves rewarded, and serious in their passion for knowledge and honesty to have time for or pleasure in fame. Such men we should call philosophers, but they themselves will always find some mormtist designation. 483 Selected with ma and kii *d_a seek for knowledge. Yes. But always as a man. W hat. Must I always be a spectator of satni comedy, and always play a part in the same comedy, without ever being able to observe things with other eyes than those? And yet there may be countless types of beings whose organs are better adapted for knowledge than ours. At the end of all their searching for knowledge, what will men at length come to know? Their organs. Which perhaps is as much as to say, the impossibility of knowledge. Misery and disgust. Be this is a bad attack, you have reason is attacking you. Tomorrow, how are you again in the midst of knowledge, and hence of irrationality, that is to say, delighted about all that is human. Let us go to the sea. 484 Gamji our own, we take the decisive step, and make up our minds to follow our own path. So ret is suddenly revealed to us, it is clear that all those who had hitherto been friendly to us and on intimate terms with us judged themselves to be superior to us, and are offended now. The best among them are indulgent, and are content to wait patiently until we once more find the right path. They know it, apparently. Others make fian of us, and pretend that we hail seized myth a temporary attack of mild insanity, or spitefully point out some stusser. The more malicious say are vain and do their to blacken our motives, while the worst of all se in us their greatest enemy, someone who is thirsting for revenge after many years of dependence and are afraid of us. What, then, are we to do? My own opinion is that we should begin our sovereignty by promising to all our acquaintances in advance a whole year's amnesty for sins of every kind. 485 Far off perspectives of but why this solitude? I am not angry with anybody but when I am alone it seems to me that I can see my friends in a clearer and rosier light than when I am with them, and when I lord and felt music best I live afar from it. It could seem that I must have distant perspectives in order that I may think of things. 486 Gold and there we meet with a man who changes into gold everything that he touches. But some fine evil day he will discover that he himself must starve through this gift of his. Everything around him is brilliant, superb, and unapproachable in its ideal beauty, and now he eagerly longs for things it is impossible for him to turn into gold. And how intense is this long? Like that of a starving man for a meal. Query, what will he seize? 487 At that noble steed pawing the ground, snolding, longing for a ride, and loving its accustomed rider, but, shame f_al to relate, the rider cannot mount today, he is tired. Such is the shame felt by the weary thinker in the presence of his own philosophy. 488 Agams or the waste of love do we not blush when we surprise ours ahas in a state of violent aversion? Well, we should also blush when find ours ahas possessed of strong affections on account of the injustice contained in them. More, there are people who feel their healths weighed down and oppressed when someone gives them the benefit of his love and sympathy to the extent that he deprives others of a share. The tone of his voice reveals to us the fact that har been specially selected and preferred. But, alas, I am not thankful one for being thus selected. One experienceth in myself a certain feeling of resentment against him who wishes to distinguish me in this way. He shall not love me at the expense of others. I shall always to after myself and to endure myself, and my hem is often filled to overflowing, and if some reason. To such a man nothing ought to be given of which others stand so greatly in need. 489 Friends need _ we may occasionally remark that one of our friends sympathizes with another more than with us. His delicacy is troubled thereby, and his selfishness is not equal to the task of breaking down his feelings of affection. In such a case we should facilitate the separation for him, and estrange him in some way in order to widen the distance between us. This is also necessary when we fall into a habit of thinking which might be detrimental to him. Our affection for him should induce us to ease his conscience in separating himself from us by means of some injustice which we voluntarily take ourselves. 490 Those petty know all that, but you have never lived through it, so I will not accept your those petty tmths. You deem them petty because you have not paid for them with your blood. But are they really great? Simply they have been bought at so high a price? And is always too high a price, do you really think so? How stingy you are with your 491. Solidulda, therefore, So you wish to go back to your decelt. B. I am not a quick thinker, I must wait for myself a long time. It is always later and later before the water from the fountain of my own ego spurts phone, and I have often to go thirsty longer than suits my patience. That is why I retire into solitude, in order that I may not have to drink from the common cisterns. When I live in the midst of the multitude, my life is like theirs, and I do not think like myself, but after some time it always seems to me as if the multitude wished to banish me from myself and to rob me of me soul. Then I get angry with all these people, and afraid of them, and I must har the desert to you'll disposed again. 492. Under the southwest. I can no longer understand Michel. It was only yesterday that I felt myself so tempestuous and ardent, and at the Sarn time so warm and sunny and exceptionally bright. But today, now everything is calm, v.ide, oppressive, and dark like the lag M at Venice. I v.ish for nothing, and draw a deep breath, and yet I feel inwardly indignant at this for nothing. So the whales rise and fill in the ocean of my melancholy. B. You describe a petty, agreeable illness. The next wind from the non-east will blow it away. Why so? 493 on 101.1 M tree. No thinker's thoughts give me so much pleasure as my own. This, of course, proves nothing in favor of their value, but I should be foolish to neglect fimets which are tasteful to me, only they happen to grow on my own tree, and I was once such a. B. Others har the contrary feeling, which likewise proves nothing in favor of their thoughts, nor yet is it any argument against their value. 494. The last argi_nent of the are snakes in this little clump of imsh into the thicket and kill. By doing that you'll run the risk of falling a victim to them, and not they to you. But what do I matter? 495 our period of youth select our teachers and guides from our own times, and from those circles which we happen to meet with. We have the thoughtless conviction that the present age must teachers who will suit us than any others, and that are sure to find them without having to 10-0k very far. Later on find that have to pay a heavy penalty for this childishness. We har to expiate our teachers in ourselves, and then perhaps begin to look for the proper guides. We look for them throughout the whole world, including even present and past ages, but perhaps it may be too late, and at the worst we discover that they loved when we were young and that at that time lost our opportunity. 496. The Yule has marvelously described how the philosophic thinker must necessarily be regarded as the essence of depravity in the midst of every existing society, for as the critic of all its morals he is naturally the antagonist of the moral man, and, unless he succeeds in becoming the legislator of new morals, he lives long in the memory of men as an instance of the evil principle. From this we may judge to how great an extent the city of Athens, although fairly liberal and fond of innovations, abused the reputation of Plato during his lifetime. A mad wonder then that he who, as he has himself ordained, had the political instinct in his body, made 3 different attempts in Sicily, but here at that time a united Mediterranean Greek state appeared to be in process of formation. It was in this state, and with its assistance, that Plato thought he could do for the Greeks what Mohammed did for the Arabs several centuries later, viz. Establish both minor and more important customs, and especially regulating the daily life of every man. His ideas were quite practicable, just as seemingly as those of Mohammed were practicable, for even much more incredible ideas, those of Christianity, proved themselves to be practicable. A few hazards less and a few hazards more, and then the UMLD would have witnessed the Platonization of Southern Europe, and, if we suppose that the state of things had content led to our own days, we should probably be worshipping Plato now as the good principle. But he was and. So his traditional character remains that of a dreamer and a utopian. Stronger epithets than these passed away with ancient Athens. 497 The Purified have the best reason for speaking of genius in men. For example, Plato, Spinoza, and Xethios' minds appear to be but loosely linked to their character and temperament, like winged beings which easily separate themselves from thought and then rise far abme then. On the other hand, those who never succeed in cutting themselves from their temperament, and who knew how to give to it the most intellectual, lofty, and at times even cosmic expression, Schopenhauer, for instance, have always very fond of speaking about their genius. These geniuses could not rise above themselves, but they that, fly where they would always find and recover themselves. This is their greatness, and this can be greatness. The others who are entitled to this narn possess the pure and purifying Im which does not seem to hail sprung out of their temperament and character, but separately from them, and generally in contradiction to them, and looks out the world as on a God whom it loves. But even people like these do not come into possession of such an I all at once. They require practice and a preliminary school of sight, and he who is really fortunate at the right moment also fall in it the teacher of pure sight. 498. Never do not know him. It is tme that he easily and readily submits both to men and things, and that he is kind to both. His only wish is to be left in peace, but only in so far as men and things do not demand his submission. Any demand makes him proud, bashful, and warlike. 499. The etal 1. Only the solitary are evil. Thus spake Diderot, and Rousseau at once felt deeply offended. Thus he proved that Diderot was right. In society, or amid social life, every evil instinct is compelled to restrain itself, to assume so many masks, and to press itself so often into the Procrustean bed of virtue, that we are quite justified in speaking of the martyrdom of the evil man in solitude. However, all this disappears. The evil man is still more evil in solitude, and consequently for him whose eye sees only a drama every v here he is also more beautiful. 500. Agmsr the thinker may for years at a time force himself to think against the grain, that is, not to pursue the thoughts that spring up within, but, instead, those which he is compelled to follow by the exigencies of his office, an established division of time, or any arbitrary duty he may find it necessary to fulfill. In the long mn, however, he will fall ill, for this apparently moral self-cornment will destroy his nervous system as thoroughly and completely as regular debauchery. 501. Mortal knowledge is concerned. Perhaps the most useful conquest that has e'er been made is the abandonment of belief in the immaterially of soul. Humanity is henceforth at liberty to wait. Men need no longer be in a hurry to swallow badly tested ideas as they had to do in former times. For in those times the salvation of these PC or immortal soul depended upon the extent of the knowledge which could be acquired in the course of a short existence. Decisions had to be reached from one day to another, and knowledge was a matter of dreadful importance. Now we have acquired good courage for errors, experiments, and the provisional acceptance of ideas. All this is not so very important, and for this very reason individuals and whole races may now face tasks so vast in extent that in former years they would have looked like madness, and defiance of heaven and hell. Now we have the right to experiment upon ourselves. Yes, men have the right to do so. The greatest sacrifices have not yet offered up to knowledge, nay, in earlier periods it would have been sacrilege, and a sacrifice of our eternal salvation, even to surmise such ideas as now precede our actions. 502. One word for three different dit 10 ns mhen in a state of passion. One man will be forced to let loose the savage, dreadful, unbearable animal. Another when under the influence of passion raise himself to a high, noble, and lofty demeanor, in comparison his usual self appears petty. A third, whose whole person is permeated with nobility of feeling, has also the most noble storm and stress, and in this state he represents nature in her state of savageness and beauty, and stands only 1 degree lower than nature in her periods of greatness and serenity. He usually represents. It is while in this state of passion, however, that men understand him and venerate him more highly at these moments, for then he is one step nearer and more akin to them. They feel at once delighted and horrified at such a sight and call it divine. 503. Objection to a philosophic life that it renders us useless to our friends would never have arisen in our N mind, it belongs rather to classical antiquity. Antiquity knew the stronger of friendship, militate upon it, and almost to okay it to the grave with it. This is the advantage it has over us. We, on the other hand, can point to our idealization of sexual love. All the great excellencies of ancient humanity owe their stability to the fact that man was standing side by side with man, and that no woman was allowed to put forward the claim of being the nearest and highest, nay even sole object of his love, as the feeling of passion would teach. Perhaps our trees do not grow so high now owing to the ivy and the vines that cling round them. 504 It then the task of philosophy to reconcile what the child has learnt with what the man has come to recognize. Should philosophy be the task of young men because they stand midway between child and man and possess intermediate necessities? It almost appear to be so if I consider at what ages of their life philosophers are now in the habit of setting FCNTH their conceptions, at a time when it is late for faith and early for knowledge. 505. Practical thinkers have the right of deciding good taste in all things, and if necessary of decreeing it. The practical people finally receive it from us. Their dependence upon us is incredibly great, and is one of the most ridiculous spectacles in the world, little though they themselves know it, and however proudly they like to carp at us unpractical people. Nay, they would even go so far as to belittle their practical life if we should show a tendency to despise it. Hereto at times we might be urged on by a slightly vindictive feeling. 506 The necessary desiccation of everythng must we conceive of a work exactly in the spirit of the age that has produced it, but experience greater delight and surprise, and get more information out of it. Hen we do not conceive it in this spirit. Have you not remarked that every new and good, so long as it is exposed to the damp air of its own age, is least valuable just because it still has about it all the odor of the market, of opposition, of modern ideas, and of all that is transient from day to day? Later on, however, it dries up, its actuality dies away, and then only does it obtain its deep luster and its also, if it is destined for it, the calm eye of eternity. 507. Agamst the tyunny of trltff. Even if we were mad enough to consider all our opinions as we should nevertheless not wish them alone to exist, I cannot see why we should ask for an autocracy and omnipotence of tmth. It is sufficient for me to know that it is a great, however, must meet with opposition and be able to fight, and we must be able to rest from it at times. In tmth will grow tiresome, powerless, and insipid, and will render us a 4ua11y. So 508. Not to tssxe a thing we do to benefit ours. A haste should not bring us in any moral praise, either from others or from ourselves, and the Satni remark applies to those things which we do to please ourselves. It is looked upon as bon ton among superior men to refrain from taking things pathetically in such cases, and to refrain from all pathetic feelings. The man who has accustomed himself to this has retired his naivete. 509. The third, you are still in need of the theater. Are you still so young? Be wise, and seek tragedy and comedy. Here they are better acted, and here the incidents are more interesting, and the actors more eager. It is indeed by no means easy to be merely a spectator in these cases, but learn. And then, amid all difficult or painful situations, uv.ilhar a little gate leading to joy and riach. Even when your passions attack you, open your stage eye, that big third eye of yours, which looks out into the world through the other two. 510. Skpnqc, from one's what account is a thinker who not know how to escape from his own virtues occasionally? Surely a thinker should be more than a moral being. 511 is the great temptress of all farlatics. What's meant to tempt Luther in the guise of the devil or a woman, and from which he defended himself in that uncouth way of his, was probably nothing but honesty, and perhaps in a few rarer cases even truth. 512. Bold Tory man who, in accordance with his character, is considerate and timid towards persons, but is courageous and towards things, is afraid of new and closer acquaintances, and limits his old ones in order that he may thus make his incognito and his inconsiderateness coincide with truth. 513 Limits a to RDU looking for men with a fine culture? Then you will hail to be satisfl with restricted views and sights, exactly as when you are looking for fine countries. There are, of course, such panoramic men, like panoramic regions, instructive and marvelous, but not beautiful. 514. To the stronger and arrogant intellects, we ask you for only one thing: throw no further burdens upon our shoulders, but take some of our burdens upon your own, since ye are stronger. But ye delight in doing the exact contrary, for ye wish to soar, so that we must carry your burden in addition to our own we must crawl. 515 The increase of has beauty increased by the progress of ci/illustration? Because the three for ugliness appear ever more rarely among civilized men: first, the wildest outbursts of ecstasy; secondly, extreme bodily exonion; and, thirdly, the necessity of inducing fear by one's very sight and presence, a matter which is so frequent and of so great importance in the lower and more dangerous stages of culture that it even lays down the proper gestures and ceremonials and makes ugliness a dub. 516 Not to nech ours our own, us in our age continue to hold the belief that benevolence and beneficence are the characteristics of a moral, but let us not fail to add, provided that in the first place he exhibits his benevolence and beneficence towards himself. For if he acts otherwise, that is to say, if he shuns, hates, or injures himself, he is certainly not a good man. He then merely saves himself through others, and let these others take care that they do not come to grief through him, however well he may appear to them. But to shun and hate one's own ego, and to live in and for others, this has up to the present, with as much thoughtlessness as conviction, been looked upon as and consequently as good. 517 Tempting Enro ought to fear a man who hates himself, for we are liable to be the victims of his anger and revenge. Let us therefore try to tempt him into self-love. 518 Is resignation? It is the most comfortable position of a patient, who, after having suffered a long time from tormenting pains in order to find it, at last tired and then found it. 519 Deception. When you wish to act you must close the door upon doubt, said a man of action, and are you not afraid of being in doing so? Replied the man of a contemplative mind. 520 Eternal. Within and beyond the confines of history we might imagine that we were listening to a continual funeral oratium. We have buried, and are still burying, all that have loved best, our thoughts, and our hopes, receiving in exchange pride, gloria munt, that is, the pomp of the graveside spees. It is thus that everything is made good. Even at the present time the ephemeral orator remains the greatest public. 521 Exceptional man possesses one great quality which serves as a consolation for him: his look passes with contempt or the remainder of his being, and almost his entire character is included in this. But he recovers from himself when, as it were, he approaches his sanctuary. Already the road leading to it appears to him to be an ascent on broad soft steps, and yet, ye cruel ones, ye call him vain on this account. 522 Wisdom. If all are here every day what is said about us, or even to endeavor to discover what people think of us, v.ill in the end kill even the strongest mam. Our neighbors permit us to lure only that they may exercise a daily claim upon us. They certainly would not tolerate us if wished to claim rights over them, and still less if we wished to be right. In short, let us offer up a sacrifice to the general peace. Let us not listen when they speak of us, mean they praise us, blame us, wish for us, or hope for us. Nay, let us not even think of it. 523 Eclipsion of are confronted with any manifestation which someone has permitted us to see, we may ask, what hate is it meant to conceal? What is it meant to draw our attention from? What prejudices does it seek to raise? And again, how far does the subtlety of the dissimulation go? And in what respect is the man mistaken? 524 The jealousy of the lonely is the difference sociable and solitary natures, provided that both possess an intellect, the former are satisfied, or nearly satisfied, able almost anything whatever. From the moment that their minds have discovered a communicable and happy version of it they will be even with the devil himself. But the lonely souls have their silent rapture, and their speechless agony a thing. They hate the ingenious and brilliant display of their inmost problems as much as they dislike to see the women they love loudly dressed. They watch her mournfully in such a case, as if they were just beginning to suspect that she was desirous of pleasing others. This is the jealousy which all lonely thirlkers and passionate dreamers exhibit with regard to the esprit _525. The effect of purse: some people become modest when highly praised, others insolent. 526. Unlimg to be a sympathize with princes, they are not at liberty to discard their high rank even for a short time, and thus they come to know people only from the very uncomfortable position of constant dissimulation. Their continual compulsion to represent something actually ends by making solemn ciphers often, such is the fate of all those who deem it their due or to be symbols. 527. The hidden NIEN. Have you never come across those #opal check and restrain even their enraptured hearts, and who amaled rather mute than lose the modesty of moderation? And have you never met those embarrassing, and yet so often people who do not wish to be recognized, and who time and again efface the tracks they har made in the sand, and earn others as as themselves in order to remain obscure and hidden? 528. Unusual is often no small indication of kindness to be unwilling to criticize someone, and even to refuse to think of him. 529. How nations gan many really individual actions are left undone merely before performing them perceive or that they will be misunderstood, those actions, for example, which have some intrinsic value in God and evil. The more highly an age or a nation views its individuals, therefore, and the more right and ascendancy we accord them, the more will actions of this kind venture to make themselves new, and thus in the long run a luster of honesty, of genuineness in good and evil, will spread over entire ages and nations, so that they, the Greeks, for example, like certain stars, will continue to shed light for thousands of years after their sinking. 530. Digressions of the course of thought in sane men is strict and inflexibly bold. At times it is even cruel towards such men, although considered individually they may be gentle and pliable. With well-meaning hesitation they will turn the matter 10 times or in their heads, but will at length continue their strict course. They are like streams that wind their way past solitary hermitages. There are places in their course here the stream plays hide and seeketh itself, and indulges in short idles with islets, trees, grottos, and cascades, and then it rushes ahead once more, passes by the rikes, and forces its way through the hardest stones. 531. 3601. Different feelings towards the time when begin to live as a hermit, consuming and consumed, our only company being deep and prolific thoughts. We expect from an either nothing more, or else something quite different from what we formerly expected. In a word, we change our taste. For in former times we wished to penetrate for a moment by miracles of art into the element in which we are now living permanently. At that time we dreamt ourselves into the rapture of a possession which we now actually possess. Indeed, flinging away from us for the time being what we now have, and imagining ours a haste to poor, or to be a child, a beggar, or a may now at times fill us with delight. 532. I see any equalises. Love wishes to spare the other to whom it devotes itself any feeling of strangeness. As a consequence it is permeated with disguise and simulation, it keeps on deceiving continually, and feigns an equality which in reality does not exist. And all this is done so instinctively that who love deny this simulation and constant tender trickery, and have even the audacity to assert that love equalizes, in other words that it performs a miracle. This phenomenon is a simple matter if one of them permits himself or herself to be lord, and does not deem it necessary to feign, but leaves this to the other. No drama, however, could offer a more intricate and connoissed instance than when both persons are passionately in love with one another, for in this case both are anxious to surrender and to endeavor to conform to the other, and finally they are both at a loss to know what to imitate and what to feign. The beautiful madness of this spectacle is God for this 1d, and subtle for human eyes. 533. We many things does an actor see and divine when he watches another on the stage. He notices at once when a muscle fails in some gesture, he can distinguish those little artificial tricks which are so calmly practiced separately before the mirror, and are not in conformity with the whole. He fails when the actor is surprised on the stage by his own invention, and when he spoils it amid the surprise how differently, again, a painter look at someone who happens to moving him. He see a great deal that not actually exist in order to complete the actual appearance of the person, and to give it its frill effect in his mind he attempts several different illuminations of the Sarn object, and divides the whole by an additional that we now possess the eyes of such an actor and such a painter for the province of the human soul. 534 SALDLL wish a change to as deep and radical as we must apply the remedy in minute doses, but unremittingly for long periods. What great action can be performed all at once? Let us therefore be careful not to exchange violently and precipitately the moral conditions idle which we are familiar for a new valuation of we may earn wish to continue living in the old way for a long time to come, until probably at some very remote period we aware oft fact that the new valuation has made itself the predominating power within us, and that its minute doses to which we must henceforth be accustomed have set up a new nature within us. We now also begin to understand that the last attempt at a great change of valuations, that which aimed itself with political affairs, the great nothing more than a pathetic and sanguinary piece of quackery which, by means of sudden crises, was able to inspire a credulous Europe with the hope of a sudden recovery, and has therefore made all political invalids impatient and dangerous up to this day. 535. Truth requires poesy. Tmth in itself is no power at all, in spite of all that flattering rationalists are in the habit of saying to the contrary. Truth must either attract to its side, or else sideth power, for otherwise it will perish again and again. This has already been sumsciently demonstrated, and more than sufficiently. 536 The is disgusting to obsonra with what cruelly every one charges his 2 or 3 private name to the account of others who may perhaps not possess then, and whom he torments and careseth them. Let us therefore deal humanely. If the sense of honesty, although we may possess in it a thumbscrew with which we can worry to death all these presumptuous egoists, even yet wish to impose their own beliefs all nm1 the whole 1d we have tried this thumbscrew on ourselves. 537 Have reached mastery when we neither mistake nor hesitate in the achievement. 538 The mal-11 of a certain category of great intellects we may observe a painful and partly horrible spectacle. In their most productive moments their flights aloft and into the far distance appear to be out of harmony with their general constitution and to exceed their power in one way or another, so that each time there remains a deficiency, and also in the long run a defectiveness in the entire machinery, which latter is manifested among those highly natures by various kinds of moral and intellectual symptoms more regularly than by conditions of bodily distress. Thus those incomprehensible characteristics of their nature, all their timidity, vanity, hatefulness, envy, their narrow and narrowing disposition, and that too personal and awkward element in natures like those of Rousseau and Schopenhauer, may very well be the consequences of a periodical attack of health disease, and this in its turn may be the result of a nervous complaint, and this latter the consequence of so long as genius dwells within us we are ill of audacity, almost mad, and headless of health, life, and honor. We fly through the day as free and soon as an eagle, and in the darkness we feel as confident as an owl. But let genius once leave us and are instantly overcome by a feeling of the most profound despondency, we can no longer understand ourselves, suffer from everything that we experience and do not experience. We feel as if we were in the midst of shelterless rocks with the tempest raging round us, and are at the same time like childish souls, afraid of a rustle or of all the evil commit in the world is due to timidity, and this is above all a physiological process. 539 Do you know you never been troubled by the fear that you might not be at all fitted for recognizing is true? By the fear that your senses might too dull, and even your delicacy of sight far too blunt? If you could only perceive, once, to what extent your volition dominates your sight? How, for example, you wished yesterday to see more than someone else, while today you wish to see it differently. And how from the start you were anxious to see something which you mailed in conformity with or in opposition to anything that people thought they had observed up to the present. Those shameful cravings. How often you keep your eyes open for what is efficacious, for is soothing, just because you happen to be tired at the moment. Always all of secret predeterminations of what tmth should be like, so that you accept it. Or do you think that today, Bezos, you are as frozen and dry as a bright winter morning, and because nothing is weighing on your mind, you har better eyesight. Are not ardor and enthusiasm necessary to do justice to the creations of thought, and this indeed is what is called sight? As if you could treat matters of thought any differently from the manner in which you treat them in all relations of thought, there is the same morality, the same honesty of purpose, the same ardor pensée, the sarn slackness, the same faint-heartedness, your whole lovable and hateal self-lo, your physical exhaustion v.il lend the things pale colors mlilst your feverishness uil tum them into monsters. Does not your moaming show the things in a different light from the evening? Are you not afraid of finding in the cave of all knowledge your own phantom, the real inuhak truth is wrapped up and hidden from your sight? Is it not a dreadful comedy in which you so thoughtlessly wish to take 540? Learned Jake and Michelangelo Raphael's genius as having been acquired by study, and upon his own as a natural gift, learning as opposed to talent, though this is mere pedantry, with all due respect to the great pedant himself. For had his talent but an arn for an older piece of learning, experience, exercise, appropriation, and incorporation, perhaps as far back as the times of our ancestors, or even earlier. And again, he who learns forms his own talents, only learning is not such an easy matter and depends not only our willingness, but also upon our being able to learn at all. Jealousy often prevents this in an artist, or that pride which, when it experiences any strange feeling, at once assumes an attitude of defense instead of an attitude of scholarly receptiveness. Raphael, like Gnthe, lacked this pride. On Uhak account they mere great learners, and not merely the exploiters of those quarries Uhak had been formed by the manifold genealogy of their forefathers. Raphael vanishes our eyes as a learner in the midst of that assimilation of what his great rival called his nature. This noblest of all thieves daily carried off a portion of it, but before he had appropriated all the genius of Michelangelo he died, and the final series of his UMKS, because it is the beginning of a new plan of study, is less perfect and good, for the simple reason that the great student was interrupted by death in the midst of his most difficult task, and away with him that justifying and final goal he had in view. 541 How v.e showed 2_rn to slowly, very, very slowly, becoming hard like a precious stone, and at last lie still, a joy to all eternity. 368-1542 The philosopher old age it is not to permit evening to act as adjudge of day, for only to arena in this case weariness becomes the judge of success and good v.il_. We should also take the greatest precautions in regard to everything connected with old age and its judgment upon life, more especially since old age, like the evening, is fond of assuming a new and charming morality, and knows enough how to humiliate the day by the glow of the evening skies, TV light, and a peaceful and wistful silence. The reverence we fell for an old man, especially if he is an old thinker and sage, easily blinds us to the deterioration of his intellect, and it is always necessary to bring to light the hidden symptoms of such a deterioration and lassitude, that is to say, to uncover the physiological phenomenon which is still concealed behind the old man's moral judgments and prejudices, in case should be deemed by our narration for him, and do something to the disadvantage of knowledge. For it is not seldom that the illusion of a great moral renovation and regeneration takes of the old man. Basing his views this, he then proceeds to express his opinions on the UMK and development of his life as if he had only then for the first time become clear-sighted, and nevertheless it is not wisdom, but fatigue, which prompts his present state of well-being and his positive judgments. The most dangerous indication of this weariness is above all the belief in genius, which as a rule only arises in great and semi-great men of at this period of their lives, the belief in an exceptional positico and exceptional rights. The thinker thus himself to be inspired by genius henceforth deems it permissible for him to take things more easily, and takes advantage of his position as a genius to desire rather than to prove. It is probable, however, that the need felt by the weary intellect for alleviation is the main source of this. Precedes it in time, though appearances may indicate the contrary at this time, as the result of love which all weary and old #opal feel for enjoyment, Such men as those I am speaking of wish to enjoy the results of their thinking instead of again testing them and scattering the seeds abroad once more. This leads them to make their thoughts palatable and enjoyable, and to take away their dryness, coldness, and want of flavor, and thus it comes about that the old thinker apparently raises himself his life's qrk, while in reality he it by infilsing into it a inane amount of fantasy, sweetness, flavor, mists, and mystic lights. This is how Plato ended, as did also that great and honest Frenchman, Auguste Comte, who, as a conqueror of the exact sciences, cannot be matched either among the Germans or the Fenglihmen of this century. There is a third symptom of fatigue, that ambition which actuated the great thinker when he was young, and which could not then find anything to satisfy it, has also grown old, and, like one that has no more time to lose, it begins to snatch at the coarser and more immediate means of its me.arls which are peculiar to active, dominating, violent, and conquering dispositions. From this time onwards the thinker wishes to found institutions which shall bear his name, instead of erecting mere brain structures what are now to him the ethereal victories and honors to be met with in the realm of proof and reputations, or the perpetuation of his fame in books, or the thrill of exultation in the soul of the reader. But on the other hand, is a temple, as he knows, a temple of stone, a durable edifice, who keep its God aliar with more certainty than the sacrifices of rare and tender souls. Perhaps, too, at this period of his life the old thinker will for the first time meet with that love which is fitted for a god rather than for a human being, and his whole nature be softened and sweetened in the rays of such a sun, like in autumn. Yes, he grows more divine and beautiful, this great old. Nevertheless it is old age and weariness which permit him to ripen in this way, to grow more silent, and to repose in the luminous adulation of a now it is all up with his former desire, a desire which was superior even to his own ego. For real disciples, followers who would cane on his thought, that is, tme opponents. This desire arose from his hitherto undiminished energy, the conscious pride he felt in being able at any time to an opponent even the deadly enemy of his own doctrine. But now his desire is for resolute partisans, unwavering comrades, auxiliary forces, heralds, a pompous train of almvers. He is now no longer able to bear that dreadful isolation in which every intellect that advances beyond the others is compelled to lure. From this time forward he surrounds himself with objects of veneration, companionship, tenderness, and love, but he also wishes to enjoy the privileges of all religious people, and to worship he venerates most highly in his little community. He will even go as far as to invent a religion for the purpose of having a community. Thus lives the wise old, and in living thus he falls almost imperceptibly into such a deplorable proximity to priestly and poetic extravagances that it is difficult to rail low all his wise and severe period of youth, the former rigid morality of his mind, and his truly virile dread of fancies and misplaced unless he was formerly in the habit of comparing himself with the older thinkers. He did so merely that he might measure his weakness against their strength, and that he might become colder and more audacious towards himself, but now he only makes this comparison to intoxicate himself his own delusions. Formerly he looked forward with confidence to future thinkers, and he even a delight in imagining himself to be cast into the shade by their brighter light. Now, however, Hayes modified to think that he cannot be the last, he endeavors to discover some way of imposing upon mankind, together with the inheritance which he is leaving to thought, a restriction of sovereign thinking. He fears and reviles the pride and the love of freedom of individual minds. Honor him, no one must allow his intellect to govern with absolute unrestriction. He himself wishes to remain forever the bulwark on which the waves of ideas may break. These are his secret wishes, and perhaps, indeed, they are not always secret. The hard fact which such wishes are based, however, is that he himself has come to a halt before his teaching, and has set up his boundary stone, his thus far and no fan her. In canonizing himself he has drawn up his own death warrant. From now on his mind cannot develop further. His race is mn. The hour hand stops. Whenever a great thinker tries to make himself a lasting institution, for may readily suppose that he has passed the climax of his end, is very tired, very near the setting of his sum 543. We NN_ST not passion argument for you kind-hearted and even noble enthusiasts, I know you. You wish to seem right in our eyes as you'll as in your crana, but especially in your irritable and subtle evil conscience so often spurs you on against your very nth equals IEML. How ingenious you then become in deceiving your conscience, and lulling it to sleep. How you hate honest, simple, and clean souls, how you avoid their innocent glances. That better knowledge whose representatives they are, and whose voice you hear only too distinctly within yourselves, hen it questions your belief, how you try to cast suspicion upon it as a bad habit, as a disease of the age, as the neglect and infection of your own intellectual health. It drives you on to hate Elon criticism, science, reason. You must falsy dollar history to make it testify in your favor. You must deny virtues in case they should obscure those of your own idols and colored images where arguments are needed. Ardor and power of expression. Silver mists. Ambrosian nights. Well do you know how to enlighten and to darken by means of light. And indeed when your passion can no longer be kept within bounds, the moment comes when you say to yourselves, now I have for myself a good conscience, now I am exalted, courageous, self-denying, magnanimous, now I are an honest. How you long for these moments when your passion will confer you full and absolute rights, and also, as it were, how happy you are when engaged in battle and inspired with ecstasy or courage, when you are elated beyond yourself, when gnawing doubt has left echo and mean you can even decree, any man who is not in ecstasy as are cannot by any chance know aha or where truth is. How you long to meet with those who share your belief in this state, which is a state of intellectual depravity, and to set your own fire alight with their flames. Oh, for your martyrdom, your victory of the sanctified lie. Must you really inflict so much pain upon you? 544 How philosophy is now practiced. I can see quite well that our philosophizing youths and artists require from philosophy exactly the opposite of what the Greeks derive from it. Matt, does he not hear the continual exultation that resounds through every speech and counter-argument in a Platonic dialogue, this exultation over the new invention of rational thinking, know about Plato or about ancient philosophy? At that time souls were with enthusiasm when they gave themselves up to the severe and sober sp of ideas, generalizations, enthusiasm. Perhaps those 011 great, severe, and pendant contrapuntists in music have also now underscore at that time the Greek palate still possessed that older and formerly omnipotent taste, and by the side of this taste their new taste appeared to be enveloped in so much charm that the divine art of dialectic was sung by hesitating voices as if its followers were intoxicated with the frenzy of love. That old form of thinking, however, was thought within the of morality, and for it nothing existed but fixed judgments and established facts, and it had no reasons but those of authority. Thinking, therefore, was simply a matter of repetition, and all the enjoyment of speech and dialogue could only lie in their form. Ever the substance of a thing is ltnked upon as eternal and universally approved, there is only one great charm, the charm of variable forms, that is, of fashion even in the psits ever since the time of Homer, and later on in the case of the sculptors. The Greeks did not enjoy originality, but its contrary. It was Socrates who discovered another charm, that of cause and effect, of reason and sequence, and we modems har baom so used to it, and have been brought up to the necessity of logic that we upon it as the normal taste, and as such it cannot but repugnant to ardent and presumptuous people. Such people are pleased by whatever stands out boldly from the normal. Their more subtle ambition leads them to believe only too readily that they are exceptional souls, not dialectic and rational beings, but, let us say, intuitive beings gifted with an inner sense, or mythosultane intellectual perception. Above all, however, they wish to be anistic natures with a genius in their heads, and a demon in their bodies, and consequently with special rights in this world and in the world to come, especially the divine privilege of being incomprehensible and people like these are going in for philosophy nowadays. I fear they will discover one day that they have made a mistake. What they are looking for is religion. 545 But ko not below we would fain pass for psychologists, but we shall not allow it. are not to notice that you pretend to be more experienced, profound, passionate, and perfect than you actually are, as we notice in yonder painter that there is a trifling presumptuousness in his manner of wielding the BMSH, and in yonder musician that he brings forward high S theme with the desire to make it appear superior to a hate it really is. Have you experienced history within yourselves, commotions, earthquakes, long and profound sadness, and sudden flashes of happiness? Have you acted foolishly with great and little? Have you really undergone the delusions and WCR of the good people? And also the peculiar happiness of the most evil? Then you may speak to me of morality, but not of them, viz. 546 slave followers of Epictetus would doubtless not be to the taste of those who are now striving on the ideal, the constant tension of his being, the indefatigable inward glance, the pendant and resaved incommunicativeness of his eye whenever it happens to gaze upon the outer world, and above all, his silence or laconic speech. All these are characteristics of the strictest what called are idealists, who above all else are desirous of care for this. But in spite of all these, the Stoic is not fanatical. He detests the display and boasting of our idealists. His pride, however great it may be, is not eager to disturb others. It permits of a certain gentle approach, and has no desire to spoil anybody's good humor, nay, it can even smile. A great deal of ancient humanity is to be seen exemplified in this ideal. The most excellent feature about it, however, is that the thinker is completely from the fear of God, strictly believes in reason, and is no preacher of penitence. Epictetus was a slave. His ideal man is without any particular rank, and may exist in any grade of society, but all he is to be sought in the deepest and lowest social classes, as the silent and self-sufficient man in the midst of a general state of servitude, a man who defends himself alone against the outer world, and is constantly living in a state of the highest fortitude. He is distinguished from the Christian, especially, the latter enes in hope in the promise of unspeakable glory, permits presents to be made to him, and expects and accepts the best things from divine love and grace, and not from himself. Epictetus, on the other hand, neither hopes nor allows his best treasure to be given him. He possesses it already, holds it bravely in his hand, and defies the UMLD to take it away from him. Christianity was devised for another class of ancient slaves, for those who had a weak reason, that is to say, for the majority of slaves. 547 of the intellect. The progress of science is at the present time no longer hindered by the purely accidental fact that man attains to 70 years, which was the case far long. In former times people wished to master the entire extent of knowledge within this period, and all the methods of knowledge were valued according to this general desire. Minor questions and individual experiments looked upon as unworthy of notice. People wanted to take the surest path under the impression that, since everything in the sea may to be arranged with a view to man's needs, even the acquirement of knowledge was regulated in view of the limits of human life. To solve everything at a single stroke, with one word, this was the secret desire, and the task was represented in the symbol of the Gordian knot or the egg of Columbus. No one doubted that it was possible to reach the goal of knowledge after the manner of Alexander or Columbus, and to settle all questions with one answer. There is a mystery to be solved, meant to be the aim of life in the eyes of the philosopher. It was necessary in the first place to find out what this enigma was, and to condense the problem of the world into the simplest enigmatical formula possible. The ambition and delight of being the of the QRLD charmed the dreams of many a thinker. Nothing to him QLTH troubling in this world but the means of bringing everything to a satisfactory conclusion. Philosophy thus became a kind of supreme struggle for the tyrannical sway over the intellect, and no one doubted that such a tyrannical domination was reserved for some very happy, subtle, ingenious, bold, and powerful person. A single individual, and many, the last was Schopenhauer, fancied themselves to this privileged person. From this it follows that, on the whole, science has up to the present remained in a rather backward state owing to the moral narrow-mindedness of its disciples, and that henceforth it will have to be pursued from a higher and more generous motive. What do I matter, is written over the door of the thinker of the 548. Victory over Poea. If consider all that has been venerated up to the present as superhuman intellect or genius, we must come to the sad conclusion that, considered as a whole. The intellectuality of mankind must have been extremely low and poor, so little mind has hitherto been necessary in order to feel at once considerably superior to all this. Alas for the cheap glory of genius! How quickly has it been raised to the throne, and its worship grown into a custom. We still fall on our knees before to the old custom of slaves, and nevertheless, when the degree of venerability comes to be determined, only the degree of reason in the will be the deciding factor. We must find out, indeed, to how great an extent has been overcome by something higher, which it now obeys as a and as yet, however, there have too few eyes for such investigations. Even in the majority of cases the mere valuation of genius has almost been looked upon as blasphemy. And thus perhaps everything that is most beautiful still takes place in the midst of darkness and vanishes in endless night almost as it has made its appearance. I refer to the spectacle of that which a genius not lay out works, but upon himself as a work, that is, his own self-control, the purifying of his own imagination. The order and selection in his inspirations and tasks underscore the great man ere remains immiscible in the greatest thing that claims worship, like some distant star. His victory over remains without witnesses, and hence also without songs and singers. The hierarchy of the great men in all the past history of the human race has not yet been determined. 549 Flight from one suffers from intellectual spasms who are impatient towards themselves and upon themselves with a gloomy eye, such as Byron or Alfred de Musset, and who, in everything that they do, resemble away horses, and from their own works derive only a transient joy and an ardent passion which almost bursts their rins. Follow why by sterility and disenchantment how are they able to bear up? They would fain attain to something beyond themselves. If I are happen to be Christians, and are seized by such a desire as this, we strive to reach God and to become one with Him. If we are a Shakespeare we shall be glad to perish in images of a passionate life. If we are like Byron we long for actions, because these detach us from ours a haste to an even greater extent than thoughts, feelings, and should the desire for performing great deeds really at nothing but a flight from our own selves? As Pascal Omald asks us. And indeed this assertion might be proved by considering the most noble representations of this desire for action. In this respect let us bringing the knowledge of an alienist to our aid, that four of the greatest men of all ages who were possessed of this lust for action were epileptics: Alexander the Great, Caesar, Mohammed, and Napoleon, and Byron likewise was subject to the same complaint. 550 Knowledge men, as they are still in the habit of doing, reserve their veneration and feelings of happiness for qrks of fancy and imagination, should not be surprised if they feel chill and displeased by the contrary of fancy and imagination, the rapture which arises from even the smallest, sure, and definite step in advance into insight, and our present state of science yields to so many in such abundance. This rapture is in the meantime not in by all those who are in the habit of feeling enraptured only when they leave reality altogether and plunge into the depths of vague appearance romanticism. These people look upon reality as ugly, but they entirely overlook the fact that the knowledge of even the ugliest reality is beautiful, and that the man who can discern much and often is in the end very far from considering as ugly the main items of that reality, the discovery of which has always inspired him with the feeling of happiness. Is there anything beautiful one in itself? The happiness of those who can recognize augments the beauty of the UMLD, bathing everything that exists in a sunnier light. Discernment not only envelopes all things in its own beauty, but in the long and permeates the things themselves with its beauty. May ages to come cry witness to the truth of this statement. In the meantime let us msal an old experience, men so thoroughly different in every respect as Plato and Aristotle higher agreed in regard to mlat constituted superior happiness, not merely their own and that of men in general, but happiness in itself, earn the happiness of the gods. They found this happiness to lie in knowledge, in the activity of a well-practiced and inventive understanding, not in intuition like the German theologians and semi-theologians, not in like the mystics, and not in work, like the merely practical men. Similar opinions were expressed by Descartes and Spinoza. What great delight must all these men have felt in knowledge! And how great was the danger that their honesty might give way, and that they themselves might panegyrists of things! 551 Future has it come about that, the more intelligible the UMLD has become, the more all kinds of ceremonies have diminished? Was fear so frequently the fundamental basis of that awe which overcame us at the sight 3821 of anything hitherto unknown and mysterious, and Nietzsche taught us to fall upon our knees before the unintelligible, and to beg for mercy? And has the world, perhaps, through the very fact that we have grown less timid, lost some of the charms it formerly had for us? Is it not possible that our own dignity and stateliness, our formidable character, has decreased together with our spirit of dread? Perhaps we value the world and ourselves less highly since we have begun to think more boldly it and ourselves. Perhaps there will come a moment in the future when this spirit of thinking will have reached such a point that it will feel itself soaring in supreme pride, far above men and things, when the wise man, being also the boldest, will see himself and even more particularly existence, the lowest of all beneath himself. This type of courage, which is not far removed from excessive generosity, has been lacking in humanity up to that our poets might once again become what they once were, seers, telling us something about what might possibly happen. Now that what is real and what is past are being ever more and more taken from them, and must continue to be taken from them, for the time of counterfeiting is at an end. Let them try to enable us to anticipate future virtues, or virtues that will never be found on Eeltlu, although they may exist somewhere in the world, purple glowing constellations and whole Milky Ways of the beautiful. Where are ye, astronomers of the ideal? 552 Ideal. There a more sacred state than that of pregnancy? To perform every one of our actions in the silent conviction that in one way or another it will be to the benefit of that which is being generated within us, that it must augment his mysterious value, the very thought of which fills us idle rapture? At such a time we refrain from many things without having to force ourselves to do so. We suppress the angry, we grasp the hand forgivingly. Our child must be balm from all that is best and gentlest. We shun our own harshness and beamskness in case it should instill a drop of unhappiness into the cup of the beloved unknown. Everything is ominous, we know nothing about what is going on, but simply wait and you to prepared. During this time, we experience a pure and purifying feeling of profound irresponsibility, similar to that felt by a spectator before a drawn curtain. TT is growing, TT is coming to light. We have nothing to do with determining its value, or the hour of its arrival. We are thrown back altogether upon indirect and defensive influences. Something greater than we are is growing is our most secret hope. We prepare evil youthing with a view to his bill and prosperity, not merely evil youthing that is social, but also the noblest gifts of our souls. We should, and can, live under the influence of such a blessed inspiration. Whether what we are looking forward to is a thought or a deed, our relationship to every essential achievement is none other than that of pregnancy, and all our vainglorious boasting about willing and creating should be cast to the winds. True and ideal selfishness consists in always watching over and restraining the soul, so that our productiveness may come to a beautiful termination. Thus in this indirect manner must provide for and watch o'er the good of all, and the frame of mind, the God in which we live, is a kind of soothing oil which spreads far around us on the restless. These pregnant ones are on New York people. Let us therefore dare to be also, and not reproach others if they must be the same. And even when this phenomenon becomes dangerous and evil, must not show less respect to that which is generating within us or others than ordinarily worldly justice, which does not allow the judge or the hangman to interfere with a pregnant woman. 553. Sir Sagittus, all this philosophy mean to end with its circuitous roots? Does it do more than into reason, so to speak, a continuous and strong impulse, a craving for a mild sun, a bright and bracing atmosphere, southern plants, sea breezes, shorn meals of meat, eggs, and food, hot water to drink, quiet walks for days at a time, little talking, rare and cautious reading, living alone, pure, simple, and almost soldier-like habits, a craving, in short, for all things which are suited to my own personal taste? A philosophy which is in the main the instinct for a personal regimen, an instinct that longs for my air, my height, my temperature, and my kind of health, and takes the circuitous route of my head to persuade me to it. There are many other and certainly more lofty philosophies, and not only such as are more gloomy and pretentious than mine, and are they perhaps, taking them as a whole, nothing but intellectual circuitous roots of the same kind of personal impulses. And the meantime I looketh a new eye upon the mysterious and solitary flight of a butterfly high on the rocky banks of the lake where so many plants are growing. There it flies hither and thither, heedless of the fact that its life will last only one more day, and that the night will be too cold for its winged fragility. For it, a philosophy might found, though it might not my own. 554. Leading _isum. We praise progress, we only praise the movement and those who do not let us remain on the same and in the circumstances. This is certainly something, especially if we live among Egyptians. And changeable Europe, however, here movement is to use their own express psyche as a matter of if we only understood something about it too. Praise leaders and foreigners, that is to say, those who always leave themselves behind, and do not care in the least to whether anyone is following them or not. Mere /er1 halt. I find myself alone, why should I halt? The desert is still so mid. Such is the sentiment of the TME leader. 555. The least important are ought to avoid events when we know that even the least important of them frequently enough leave a strong impression upon us, and these we cannot avoid. The thinker must possess an approximate canon of all the things he still wishes to. 556. The four towards ourselves, and to all an evil youthing friendly to us, brave in the face of our enemy, generous towards the vanquished, polite at all times, such do the four cardinal virtues wish us to. 557. Marching pleasant is the sound of even bad music and bad motives when are setting out to march against an enemy. 558. Notkins and 11b1 GOES. Love those men who are as transparent as water, and to use Pope's hide not from view the turbid bottom of their stream. Even they, however, possess a certain vanity, though of a rare and more sublimated kind. Some of them wish us to see nothing but the mud, and to take no notice of the clearness of the water which enables us to write to the bottom. No less a man than Gautama Buddha has imagined the vanity oft his few in the formula, let your sins appear before men, and conceal your virtues _ but this umald exhibit a disagreeable spectacle to the would a sin against taste. 559. Nothing often is the individual recommended to set up a goal which it is beyond his power to, in order that he may at least attain that which lies within the scope of his abilities and most strenuous efforts. Is it really so desirable, however, that he should do so? Do not the best men try to act according to this doctrine, together idle their best deeds, necessarily assume a somewhat exaggerated and distorted appearance on account of their excessor tension? And in the future will not a grey mist of failure envelop thee, owing to the fact that may see everywhere struggling athletes and tremendous gestures, but nowhere a conqueror crowned with the laurel, and rejoicing in his vict. 01y. 560. What free to can act as the gardeners of our impulses, and few people know we may cultivate the seeds of anger, pity, vanity, or excessive brooding, and make these things fecund and productive. Just as can train a bushel one plant to grow along trellis work, we may do this if the good or bad taste of a gardener, and as it were, in the French, English, Dutch, or Chinese style. We may let nature take its own course, only trimming and embellishing a little here and there, and finally, without any knowledge or consideration, we may even allow the plants to spring up in accordance with their own natural growth and limitations, and fight out their battle among. We can even take delight in such chaos, though we may possibly hail a hard time with it. All this is at our option, but how many know that it is? Do not the majority of people believe in themselves as complete and perfect facts? And are not the great philosophers set their seal on this prejudice through their doctrine of the unchangeability of 561? Letting olrhypnosis also shine in the same way as painters are unable to reproduce the deep brilliant hue of the natural sky, and are compelled to use all the colors they require for their landscapes a few shades deeper than nature has made them, just as they, by means of this trick, succeed in approaching the brilliancy and harmony of nature's own hues, so also must poets and philosophers, for whom the luminous rays of happiness are inaccessible, endeavor to find an _by picturing. All things a shade or two darker than they really are, their light, in which they excel, will produce almost exactly the same as the sunlight, and will resemble the light of true happiness. The pessimist, on the other hand, who paints all things in the blackest and most somber hues, only makes use of bright flames, lightning, celestial glories, and everything that possesses a glaring, dazzling power, and bewilders our eyes. To him light only sanes the purpose of increasing the horror, and of making us 10-0k upon things as being more dreadful than they really are. 562. The settled is only in the underworld that catch a glimpse of that gloomy background of all that bliss of adventure forms an everlasting halo around Ulysses and his like, rivaling the eternal phosphorescence of the se. That background which we can never forget, the mother of Ulysses did oft grieve and yearning for her child. The one is driven on from place to place, and the health of the other, the tender stay-at-home friend, breaks through it. So it always is. A fiction breaks the heans oft hose who live to see that those whom they love are deepening their former views and faith. It is a tragedy brought about by the free spirits, a tragedy which, occasionally comes to their own knowledge. Perhaps, they like Ulysses, will be forced to descend among the dead to get rid of their sorrow and to relieve their emption. 563. The illusion of the Mu'ai order of the is no eternal justice which requires that every fault shall atoned and paid for. He believed that such a justice existed was a terrible delusion, and only to a limited extent, just as it is also a delusion that everything is guilt which is felt as such. It is not the things themselves, but the opinions about things that do not exist, which have been such a source of trouble to mankind. 564. By the side of great intellects have only a handbreadth experience. In the immediate proximity of this experience there ceases, and its place is taken by unlimited vacuity and stupidity. 565. Digb 11 T.2a. We understand, we become amiable, happy, and ingenious, and when we have learned enough, and have trained our eyes and ears, our souls show greater plasticity and charm. We understand so little, however, and are so insufficiently informal that it rarely happens that we seize upon a thing and make ourselves lovable at the same. The contrary, we pass through cities, nature, and history idle stiffness and indifference, at the same time taking a pride in our stiff and indifferent attitude, as if it were simply due to superiority. Thus our ignorance and our mediocre desire for knowledge understand quite well how to assume a mask of dignity and character. 566. LLVMC, cheapest and most innocent of life is that of the thinker, for, to mention at once its most important feature, he has the greatest need of those very things which others neglect and upon it contempt. In the second place, he is easily pleased and has no desire for any expensive pleasures. His task is not difficult, but, so to speak, so them, his days and nights are not wasted by remorse. He moves, eats, drinks, and sleeps in a manner suited to his intellect, in order that it may grow calmer, stronger, and clearer. He takes pleasure in his body and has no reason to fear it. He does not require society, except from time to time in order that he may afterwards go back to his solitude with even greater delight. He seeks and finds in the dead compensation for the living, and can even replace his friends in this way, viz., by seeking out among the dead the best who have ever lived. Let us consider hither it is not the contrary desires and habits which have made the life of man expensive, and as a consequence, difficult and one and unbearable. In another sense, however, the thinker's life is certainly the most expensive, for nothing is good for him, and it would be an intolerable privation for him to deprived of the 567. In the should take things more carefully than they descends, especially because for a very long time we have taken them more seriously than they deserved. So speak the brave soldiers of knowledge. 568. Poet Abd Bird Phoenix showed the poet a glowing scroll which was being gradually consumed in the flames. Be not alarmed, said the bird, it is your work. It not contain the spirit of the age, and to a still less extent the spirit of those who are against the age, so it must be burnt. But that is a good sign, there is many a dawn of day. 569. To tie lonely, we do not respect the honor of others in our soliloquies as in what we say publicly, We are not gentlemen 570. Are some losses communicate to the soul a sublimity in which it ceases from wailing, and wanders about silently, as if in the shade of some high and dark cypresses 571. The Battlefeld Disponesssry of the soul. Efficacious remedy, victory 572. What is the most life all comfort like the thinker, we live habitually amid the great current of ideas and feelings, and even our dreams follow this current, expect comfort and peacefulness from life, while others wish to rest from life when they give themselves up to meditation. 573. Casting one snake that cannot cast its skin perishes. So too if those minds which are prevented from changing their v.vs, they cease to be minds. 574. Never higher we soar, the smaller we appear to those who cannot fly. 575. We aeronauts of the intellect all those daring birds that soar far and ever fan her into space, but will somewhere or other be certain to find themselves unable to continue their flight, and they will perch on a mast or some narrow ledge, and it'll be great ill even for this miserable accommodation. But who could conclude from this that there was not an endless space stretching far in front of them, and that they had flown as far as they could? In the end, however, all our great teachers and predecessors have come to a standstill, and it is by no means in the noblest or most graceful attitude that their weariness has brought them to a pause. The same thing will happen to you and me. But aha, does this matter to either of us? Other birds will fly farther. Our minds and hopes with them far out and on high, they rise far our heads and our failures, and from this height they look far into the distant horizon and see hundreds of birds much more powerful than we are, striving whither ours ahas have also, and where all is sea, and nothing but sea, and where, then, are we aiming at? Do we wish to cross the sea? Whither does this overpowering passion urge us, this passion which we value more highly than any other delight? Why do fly precisely in this direction, where all the sons of humanity have hitherto set? Is it possible that people may one day say of us that also steered westward, hoping to reach India, but that it was our fate to be erect on the infinite? Or, my brethren? Or,